Good afternoon once again. I am happy to welcome you in this event. My name is Mariana Zawiska and I will be facilitating this day. Today we are having this session to have a look back on the project implemented by Eco Club NGO, the support of the Oxfam, focusing on increasing reliability of drinking water supplies in communities with the help of solar power plants. So the group here is very diverse and will be more diverse in a couple of minutes. We have project representatives who will share details of the project results and how the project was implemented. We are having communities that benefited from the implementation of the project, and they will share their perception and their results and the impact of the project on their communities in a short run and long run. We also have here representatives of the WASH cluster, who will participate in the discussions and also share a bit of their perspective on the sustainability of the project results and possibility for scaling up. And in a while, we are also going to have here representatives of the donor of the Oxfam who supported financially the project. Just to give you a bit of the understanding that in some minutes during the opening remarks, some of colleagues might join our group, so do not be surprised that more people will come. They have some significant reasons to be late, so we will be just patient with these delays. And for now, I am inviting Andrei to give us a bit of the introduction and orientation for the day with the welcoming remarks, please.
Thank you very much. Мене звати Андрій Мартинюк, я виконавчий директор.
My name is Andrei Martinyuk, and I'm an executive director of Eco Club NGO. We live in Rivne, and we work in Ukraine as well as outside.
I'm going to speak. But looking at the audience, I see more English-speaking people than Ukrainian ones, so I will switch to English. My name is Andrei Martinyuk. I am executive director of NGO Eco Club. We are based in the city of Rivne, but we are operating in all Ukraine, even abroad a bit. And I will start from the fact saying, Mariana just said that Oxfam supported financially, but actually support was much larger than just financial financing the activities. The idea, just to frankly speaking, please take your seats. Appeared from the Oxfam side, who visited our office, who took initiative to discuss the idea with equipping water supply utilities with solar power plants. At that time, it was quite challenging for us. We were not thinking in that direction. We are mainly environmental NGO, and we was environmental, and we are environmental NGOs, and the humanitarian prospects of these activities and the project was not that obvious that time. And I'm really happy that we accepted the challenge, and we started the project. We are about to end at the moment, and from looking back to this year-long period of time, we see like significant increasing of accepting the idea of supporting municipalities and communal enterprises like water supply utilities like hospitals with renewables is just great because this idea has at least three different dimensions. First one is, of course, I started with a humanitarian one. Unfortunately, due to the power outages, electricity supply is not really provided permanently, but we need to survive. We need to win the war, and we need to put the ground for further recovery of Ukraine, and this recovery must be green. And this, in this, we see the next dimension, that actually providing municipalities with renewables to their own property is just a very nice idea from the way of climate issues. The local people are starting benefiting out of climate actions like deployment of renewables immediately. They have better access to drinking water. They may pay less for utilities just because of renewables, which decrease CO2 emissions. And third dimension is economical. Actually, what was not clear, at least a year ago, about the economical prospects, now it's kind of obvious. The renewables for Ukrainian utilities, for Ukrainian municipalities, are just economically viable or feasible. Usually, we are working with the projects with like 5 to 7 years payback periods. Without this, we are speaking without any grants, just normal, simple payback, economical payback period. And just, I think it's a great number for this. So, thank you very much for starting this meeting. We are happy to share our experience, our lesson learned, our thoughts and ideas how to proceed further. Thank you so much, and looking forward for further discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Andriy, for this welcoming speech. We are going to continue with welcoming remarks and give a bit more of a humanitarian perspective. I'm inviting representatives of WASH Cluster, David Alford and Marian Chambard, to welcoming words.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Eco Club, for accepting that challenge, because I think it's been key for us in WASH. Over the last years, we've been working closely through Oxfam with Eco Club. And I think what's been useful for us is that the network in the world where Eco Club exists has been opened up to some of our members. And that is important, especially now in this winter period. We've seen over the last few months massive attacks on your energy infrastructure. We're aware that today there's an estimated gap of 6 gigawatts, between 3 to 6 gigawatts, depending on how cold it is, of maneuverable resources. Solar generation is a maneuverable resource. And I think it speaks in terms of the cost aspects to some of the challenges that we've been seeing in many of the Vodokanals that we try to support in the frontline areas. Marian, I'm sure, can speak more about the challenges in terms of operating costs that have been increasing at the same time that revenues has been decreasing. That creates a bit of a challenge for us as a sector. And the work of Eco Club, I believe, is critical for us in trying to take a solution that is globally recognized. But what we will be seeing here today, I think, answers to many of the questions that come to people's minds in terms of the feasibility of solar in Ukraine specifically, and especially during the winter months. The time of cost recovery, and also the challenges in terms of feasibility and the capacities to be able to design solutions. I think all of these aspects are challenges that EcoClub has faced or has overcome in some of the areas that they have worked with you. And those challenges, I believe, will be key in terms of how we support other members or other actors to engage in the same type of activity. I hope I haven't covered everything, Marian, but over to you.
Is it working? Yes,
Or,
it's working. Thank
yep.
you very much. I just want to say a few words. When we started discussing with Oxfam and EcoClub, it was mainly about cost. The tariff of electricity were increasing, the tariff of water were stabilizing, and we say, how can we support Vodafone to be more cost efficient? And I think that was the key issue at the beginning when we started this collaboration. And we have EcoClub with their environmental background, strongly focusing on the environment aspect. And we were bringing so much generator in the country, all of us collectively, that starting to raise a concern about what would be the impact on environment. And then solar panel would be an answer to so much generators coming in. But as David mentioned, as André mentioned, it became a key humanitarian assistance point at this point. And we had a few Vodafone already at the time without electricity for months and say, we don't need generators, it takes us too much fuel, too much car, too much staff to operate. Solar panel is the issue, but they were very, very little. And now we see with the winter coming, and everybody aware about the energy deficit that will be coming and the challenges that will be coming, that the question of solar panel is more and more on the table, coming from authorities, coming from water utilities, seeing the neighbor maybe installing solar panel and requesting to us, cluster, to support them with finding partners for solar power. So we see, since we started the project, a clear shift of maybe the objectives, but also the acceptance of this project. Because at the beginning, all the question we had was, some of the question we had was, do we need battery? It's not continuous. What do you do during the night? And what about the winter? I think now these questions are far gone. Having electricity, even to operate your system for some hours during the day, is better than not having electricity at all. And we see a clear humanitarian impact in providing people with water in the coming months. So happy that some examples have been implemented. I think that it's growing in everybody's mind and that we can extend further. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Thank you, David, for this perspective, humanitarian perspective on the project. And as André mentioned in the very beginning, the Oxfam was not only supporting financially the project, but also provided an impulse to start the work with communities that we are presenting today. So I'm inviting Justina Bayer, the Oxfam country lead, for welcoming remarks and opening this session today. You are going to speak both, yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I will be very brief. When Oxfam arrived in Ukraine, it was mid-2022. As an organization, we were very new to the context, very new to the scale, I would say, of difficulties, challenges that Ukrainian communities, that Ukraine faced after the Russian invasion. For us, the key was to find and rely on partners, on those who know the context than those who know how to navigate in the context. And we couldn't be happier to partner with Eco Club. And I really wish to thank you for how reliable partner you've been, how committed, dedicated your team, Eco Club team was. And I think that this project is actually an ultimate illustration of the fruitful cooperation and collaboration we had. But I would also like to say that for us, it was really, it is still a period of test and trials when it comes to approaches, but also solutions. In terms of approaches, I think it's worth to mention how collaboration with the broader stakeholders turn out to be, because obviously this project is the result also of a strong engagement from cluster colleagues, as well as Vodokanals and the local authorities. So I truly thank you for all that engagement, and I'm very much looking also forward to the conversation later today. Especially that indeed I think that it's a time of looking for alternative solutions and understanding whether solar panels could be one of them to contribute to a energy mix of Ukraine. And especially in this very, very challenging time. So thank you for now, and looking forward to the discussion. I will also hand over to my colleague for a few words.
Yes, a few words from the WASH team, on Oxfam WASH team, on behalf of the WASH team. I would like to say thank you for being part of this event. We started our collaboration 2 years ago, and since that, our joint project has contributed a lot to the renewable, the use of renewable energy sources by communal enterprises and to power water utilities. And I would like to express, and we would like to express, the sincere our appreciation for Eco Club dedication to our partnership. And we strongly believe that their knowledge and their experience will sufficiently contribute to the improving the water supply and sanitation practices in Ukraine.
Thank you, colleagues, for the opening remarks. I want also to underline the idea that was mentioned by all of you in this opening section, that we are today not only presenting the results, sharing lessons learned, but we are also going to have a bit of a look ahead or forward on what can be done next, or what can be done differently to sustain the solutions that were implemented in the project, or scale them to other regions, to other communities. Before we go ahead with the content part, I want to share a bit of housekeeping remarks. As I mentioned today, we have 3 significant sections. The first one is really pretty much focused on the project, and the project team will share how they assess and perceive their results, and will share a lot of lessons learned in the process of implementation. We also are going to hear from the communities and listen to their experience and their lessons learned and their, let's say, recommendations or conclusions from this partnership. And at the end, we are going to have a bit of discussions on what can be done, what actionable recommendations or next steps could be taken over by people in this room, by different stakeholders, to, let's say, sustain the results of the project. We are going to have 2 coffee breaks. The first one will be a bit longer to recharge the energies. The second one will be really short for some reorganization of the space. All the materials, all the slide set from today, you will receive from the Eco Club team after the event. And at the end, what is probably more important, we have in this event, in this meeting, not only people who are here in the room who are going to speak and present and discuss, but we also have a huge amount of people online. So over 150 people are following this discussion and are learning from the whole experience that will be shared today. So let us also keep in mind and recognize that there is a huge interest from broader community of organizations who are learn from experience. We are also going to check in with the people online and address the questions that there are any, and those who are online, you are welcome to write your questions or comments in the text chat, and the tech team will pass them here over to the mic, and we will try to find a time slot also for the questions from the people online. It seems like with the housekeeping, that's everything. Just to also flag, we are in a shelter, so we are not dependent on the air raid alarms. We are having this ongoing buffet here, all the coffee breaks, and the final dinner will be also here in this venue. If you need to to find the WC, it's over there on the right from this venue. So I guess that the conditions here are as much as possible favorable for a fruitful day, and I hope we are going to have a lot of fun and also learn from each other. At this moment, I want to welcome Olena Kondratyuk, who is the project manager, and will do her presentation on the key project results. Welcome.
Thank you. Can I have my presentation? First of all, I want to thank you everyone for the participation there and everyone who participate online. And in the beginning, I want to tell you more about the Eco Club, who we are and what we do. Eco Club is a non-governmental organization in Rivne that has been working more than 25 years to preserve the environment. And now our staff includes more than 20 employees. And here on the slide, you can see our main direction is sustainable energy, district heating, environmental impact assessment, building the capacity of municipalities, and adaptation to climate change. Today, I will focus more on sustainable energy. And during the war, we have the next impact in energy sector. 9 gigawatts of capacity has already been destroyed. It means that almost 50% of all capacity in Ukraine has already been destroyed. And even now in the summer, we have the power outages across all country. Also, 80% of Ukrainian thermal generation destroyed by Russian attacks, 80% of wind generation, and 21% of solar generation are occupied or damaged. Direct losses of Ukrainians' energy sector amount to more than $16 billion. And Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant still under occupation since the beginning of the war. Also, the impact in energy sector is a staff shortage, but I think that it's not only impact in energy sectors, it's also the challenge in each sector in Ukraine. And moreover, lack of electricity often means that we don't have water or heating in our home. So, why the solar power plant? because with the ongoing challenges in Ukraine's energy sector, especially frequent blackouts, which we experience, I think everyone here, because it's backup source of electricity. Also, solar power plants are competitive because if you can see the price of electricity for public institution, it's 15 euro cent per kilowatt. And average cost of a solar power plant is on grid without batteries. It's 800 euros per kilowatt installed capacity. It means that the cost of solar energy can be like between 0.02 to 0.05 only, and payback period from 3 to 5 years. But all solar power plants which we build, it's usually grants, and for communities, it means that payback period can be even shorter than 3 or 5 years. But we need to highlight that the solar power plants require high initial investment in the beginning of the project. As Eco Club, in the beginning of the war, we have started the campaign called Solar Aid for Ukraine. The aim of campaign to provide solar energy for critical infrastructure, like hospitals and water supply utilities. And now, as for June, we already installed 21 solar power plants. And on the slide, you can see the map with communities which we work on the REST projects. It means that the communities can have already installed solar power plants or can have technical documentation like feasibility study or pre-feasibility study about installation solar plants or even heat pumps. And the total capacity of all solar power plants which we built is 1.23 megawatts. Last year, we have started the joint project with Oxfam, and the aim of project is provide reliable water supply services for communities in war-affected areas. And in the beginning of the project, we have announced competition for these communities, and we got 260 responses from this. It was like short questionnaire about community information and their contact information only. But after that, we received 46 detailed questionnaires. It included information about their consumption, condition of infrastructure, and etc. After that, we have chosen 10 communities to prepare them a feasibility studies. But during these projects, we also have like one small project with Oxfam to prepare one more feasibility study for water utilities in Mykolaiv. So in total, with Oxfam support, we have 11 feasibility studies for water utilities about installation solar power plant for them. After that, we built 3 solar power plants for water utilities in Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky, is Odessa Oblast. Oh, can you check the technique? Thank you. Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky, it's Odessa Oblast, Sumy, it's Sumy Oblast, and Mirhorod, it's Poltava Oblast. The main priority for us, it was the humanitarian aspects. We want to provide water for more people. So the total amount of beneficiaries of all 3 projects, it's about 350,000 people who get the benefits from these solar power plants. And the total capacity is of these 3 solar power plants is like 240 kilowatts its capacity of PV modules, and almost 200 kilowatt hours its capacity of batteries. The total cost is like 297,000 euros. It was Oxfam's grants, and also all communities provide co-financing for these projects. Here on the photo, you can see our common visiting with Oxfam to solar power plant to Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky, and also photo from the solar station in Mirhorod. And a bit about our plan in the future. Still within this project, we also want to prepare 10 pre-feasibility study for other water utilities who applied before. It will be a shorter document that feasibility study. And also this year as EcoClub, we want to build about 30 solar power plants for other facilities. And of course, we will continue to work to decentralize energy and capacity building in the municipalities. And now I want to show you one video about our solar power plant in Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky. So technical support. One moment.
This water utility in Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky, Odessa Oblast, serves approximately 23,000 residents with water supply and sewage services. However, its operations are frequently at risk. Without a reliable power supply, the utility faces potential disruptions in its processes, which could lead to damage to its networks and equipment.
Ризики є великі.
The risk is high. If the power supply is cut off, we activate a large generator, which consumes approximately 60 liters of diesel per hour.
На годину.
The community has already turned its attention to renewable energy sources. A solar power plant has been installed at the water utility's pumping station, complete with batteries that can power the equipment for approximately 1 hour and a half without electricity from the grid.
Зараз є проблеми з генерацією.
Currently, there are challenges with power generation, and solar panels provide local generation, allowing for on-site electricity consumption. Additionally, this method is environmentally friendly and, most importantly, independent of external factors.
Це незалежність від інших факторів.
The project cost near 80,000 euros, with funding provided partly by the community and partly by an international humanitarian organization. The solar station will enable the water utility to achieve cost-saving and more stable operations. At the 2024 tariff rate, the community is expected to save approximately 19,000 euro annually.
Це постійне.
This ensures a continuous, uninterrupted water supply. There will be no damage to the hydro systems, and our equipment will remain intact.
Це наша техніка.
The NGO Eco Club assisted in implementing the project. Since early 2022, environmentalists have collaborated with communities to install over 20 solar power plants, and the demand for these installations continues to grow.
We have received more than 600 requests from Ukrainian communities to install renewable energy facilities. This shows that the community already understands the importance of renewable energy sources. That is why we, as Eco Club, are seeking funds and partners to help more communities achieve energy independence.
Їхній енергетичній незалежності. The representative of cities will tell you more experience and benefits from each station. And for this, my presentation is over. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them.
In this Q&A session, please name yourself and then go on with your question.
I am Sergei Ivanikov from Ukrainian Green Building Council. You mentioned 11 feasibility studies, right? Out of which 3 received financing. Is that right? What happened to the rest of them? 11 minus 3, 8.
Yeah.
What are their fate?
We are looking for funding for 11 of these cities, and other cities also looking for funds, because unfortunately we non-governmental organization and we don't have own money, so we can support this project by our own, and we just trying to looking for other donors to support this project.
Any other questions? If not, then we are going to move forward with the next presentation. For those who are watching this event online, we are collecting the questions from online participants and will address them a bit later. So with the next presentation, I want to invite Vadim Litvin, who is the Director of Energy Efficiency Center. Vadim will share a lot of technical details of the project, and also I would like to ask the tech support to prepare the next presentation.
Dear colleagues, today I want to talk a little bit about what is technical possibility and what things will help Ukrainian city to be more strong in situation than amount of the work with electricity sometimes is 10 for day, and I'm very glad that I'm with my colleagues and with Eco Club prepare a lot of feasibility study to be ready to quickly implement the projects, and some information from them, general, to understand how it will help to the communities in Ukraine. We will talk now. What is the main goals of the solar power stations on the water supply systems? First of all, this is to be sure that either in case if electricity from the grid we will not have, we will have ability to the people the water, and sometimes it's much more important than to receive the electricity, because it's not so easy, especially for the cities with the multifamily buildings, to get it. Another one that will help, it's reduction this cost for the city for water supplies, and it will help to make a cheaper water for the residential building and another consumer. And now it have been added one more very important things. It's help to the energy systems. And ask to change to the Ukraine's, maybe it will be a little bit better. Останнє, що хотілося б сказати, це...
And the last point that I would like to make is that this will have positive impact on the energy system of Ukraine, because the more sunlight we have right now, the more power we have. And the power plants, the solar power plants, they have hybrid inverters that do not only help to cut down on consumption, but they also help to balance the system. So this is a positive impact on the system, not only during summertime when there's a lot of sunlight, but also in wintertime. So we looked at how the pumping stations are going to operate, how the solar energy system is going to work, in which order the pumping stations need to be turned on, the water supply or sewage pumping stations, all of that in order to minimize the consumption of power and to maximize the water supply for communities, even under the conditions when there's no diesel for diesel generations and no power in the general grid. And the estimates show that 50% of the needs of peaceful time, the needs for water for summertime, and around 20% of water needs is possible to be covered with help of the solar power plants that can be charged from the grid and from the sun during winter time, which is going to be of much help for the communities and people in general. These power plants, they also have quite a good payback period. If we look at European data, on average, it's 9 years, but for some types, the payback period is shorter. And we did some calculations. This is an average pumping stations, 50 kilowatt pumping station, and we looked at various potential scenarios of operation. So we see that let's say if it's peaceful time, everything is good, then in 9 years we get the full payback. So it will still be working after the war is over. And if we were to compare the use of the SPP with the diesel generator and the same pumping station that only has a diesel generation, we can see a major cost saving that is achieved because of decrease in the amount of diesel, decrease in the emissions, and the payback, we'll see payback in 2 years. And if we look at the generation capacities that are to be built, I think that, well, for the next year or two, the cities will have to do 4 hours during the day without power. So there will be use for those SPPs. And in terms of the feasibility studies that we did, the water supply system that operates from the sun, that helps to provide basic services, would cost 100 euros per person.
Again, talking about the indicators, we're talking about the systems without accumulation. It is 700 to 800 euro per kilowatt of the installed capacity. As opposed to systems with accumulation that can operate for a longer time. And in my opinion, actually, the second option is the main one that should be implemented, because these are the systems which will be working in a good way, and they will allow to also increase the reliability, efficiency, and economic efficiency. So here we're talking about 1600 to 2000 kilowatt of installed capacity. Clearly, it can vary and differ, but this is the energy consumption if we're talking about 1 cubic meter of water supplied and sewers. Again, it all depends on the landscape, but here we're talking about 0.7 kilowatt hour for cubic meter, but for wastewater disposal, it can be more than 1 kilowatt hour, again, depending on the landscape. And one more thing, one more important thing to keep in mind. When we were developing and suggesting technical solutions, we were taking into account the fact that many communities currently are considering so-called energy islands. And there are projects in parallel that are working with the heating supply companies, and they are working on co-generations installations. And that probably would be the best combo. Systems that have accumulation within them, and say in winter when there is not enough sunlight, they could also be connected to this cogeneration installations, which would allow to increase the reliability of this basically energy island, some small grid that would provide for the sustainability within the cities. So in parallel, heating supply and water supply. And we understand that it is very critical for our energy system. So basically, there are more than 19 feasibility studies for water supply companies, for multi-apartment buildings, for residential buildings, and Andriy has all of this data in his possession. So if the need be, there already are cities and towns that can quickly launch and start working, start implementing these projects. And in fact, it is critical because, how do I put it? We also realize that not all of the towns and cities are ready, even if they have the resource. Well, to implement it, it can be pretty complicated to do that. But, you know, the preparatory work has been done. And they started implementing something on their own independently, and they are also looking forward to assistance coming from other stakeholders. And now, basically, a few words about the systems for buildings, because, again, it is also related to water supply and solar power. First, we're talking about solar stations for kindergartens and hospitals. Again, hybrid systems that could work also when there are power outages. And what is another positive thing about this project is that for school, I would probably limit with only storage without solar panels. Well, first and foremost, storage. And solar systems for multi-apartment buildings is also a good option, especially when it comes to hot water supply. And many systems can supplement them. For example, let's take the city of Myrhorod. We also were considering the option when there is a solar power plant at the water supply company and multi-apartment buildings that have their own pumping stations. You can also add some solar panels, which allows to bring the water to higher floors in that building. So this is a lot of job that needs to be done, and I was thinking about how many such projects could be implemented, and the number was always large. So yes, there are some things that can already be implemented. I believe that by the end of this year and the next year, there will already be a pool of projects, and if this works, then it will be a very cool assistance for Ukraine, for Ukrainian communities, a possibility to cope with it in Ukraine. This is also important, by the way, because, well, currently, so to say, the not very positive forecasts are saying, oh my God, maybe we have to be displaced, maybe we have to move outside of the cities. You know, maybe some people are also thinking about moving to European countries for winter. But this kind of projects, A, allow people to understand that care is being taken of them. B, it's not that costly and will work forever. And C, of course, it is possible to engage business sector, because water supply and solar systems is something that is also interesting for the energy service companies, but they are not yet ready to invest into accumulating. But they are ready to install some smaller power plants. So maybe there can also be some kind of a combination of private business, grant money, and yeah, it lays the groundwork for constant investment. Because the main conclusion that is obvious now is that these projects can be profitable also during peace times. So it can be a business project. The only thing that needs to be demonstrated is that it works. We're monitoring the results and it can be implemented. Well, now, I guess this is it from me. If there are any questions that have to do with the technical side of things, about how it can operate, or anything that has to do with the financial side of things, I'll be happy to take them.
Hold on. I'm giving you a mic for the translation so that it works. Introduce yourself and go on with the question.
I'm Daniel Pitte from Swiss Embassy, Swiss Humanitarian Aid. Thank you for your presentation. I'm interested to know about the availability of solar panels in particular, but also maybe inverters. I heard that it is an issue or becoming an issue. And so time-wise, do we have a problem with the availability on the market or not?
Now, it's a very good question, because last few weeks, I think Ukrainians buy almost all in Ukraine, especially the batteries and inverters. Yes, with solar panels, it's maybe not so big problems, but for the battery and for the inverters, it's there is, and we have talked with the suppliers of this equipment to Ukrainians, and hope that this deficit of equipment will be covered 2-3 months. Up to now, it's time to preparation, design, and so on. And I hope that 2-3 months we will be ready to implement.
Доброго дня, Войтенко Ольга,
Greetings, Olga Voitenko from UNICEF. I have one comment and one question. So my comment is as follows. Talking about accumulators for schools, we currently are trying to resolve this issue with the help of using them when there are restrictions on power supply. But the thing is that Ukraine does not have the capacity to generate the necessary amount of electricity. So I don't quite understand how, if in schools we even have those accumulators, how, with the help of what, are we gonna be able to charge them? But this is just a commentary. And I have a question regarding return of investment after the solar panels are invested. What is the life cycle of accumulators if we're talking about the hybrid stations? And what are we doing with these batteries afterwards? How do we recycle them? Okay, let me start with the first one. Regarding the resources for charging, for schools, we'll manage to find that even in the grid, because here in this kind of situation you can do it during the night time, when I hope we can get more nuclear power supply. And the second positive aspect is that they can also be charged from the fuel generators, but it can be done in a more efficient way, because previously and currently I'm observing the situation when generators, more of them are working with about less than 20% of KPI, because they are not fully loaded. But we will have a chance to basically get the e-car. It's going to be the e-school. By the way, it can be a good name for this kind of project, the hybrid school, when you are charging the accumulators, the batteries, and then they work for some time. And for schools, it probably will be a very cool thing, because there will be this noise that constantly accompanies students, and there will be less consumption of diesel or any other kind of fuel, especially when there is no resource from chargers. So this is the first thing. And speaking about this energy islands, well, this also will be a positive thing, because working with heating supply companies, their problem is that cogeneration installations during certain hours are supposed to sell the excess power at a very cheap price to the energy system. So there is a school with a boiler room, and you can sell it to them at 50% price, but at least more expensive than to the grid. This is also a very good symbiosis and a good way to do it. Now, talking about the life cycle, we looked at the lithium batteries, and their life cycle is about 5,000. So we're talking about 10 plus years. Even we will have certain periods when there will be more challenges. And in terms of recycling them, well, we still have to think about it because this lithium batteries in Ukraine, any kind of lithium batteries, is not organized properly. We have at least 5 years to think about it, but in 5 years' time, we have to resolve it.
Any other questions, comments? We have 2 questions from online participants. The first question is, яка середня вартість ТО для водоканалу?
What is the average price of the feasibility study for the water supply company? Well, the answer is it depends on the water supply company, because if it's a tiny town, it can cost 50 to 70,000. If it is a city, oblast center, then of course it can be up to $1 million or even more than $1 million. So as a rule, we send the questionnaire to understand how many pumping stations there are, how much power is consumed, what are other facilities there, and what they want to get as the result of this feasibility study. And then you can do a more detailed calculations. Well, again, thanks to Eco Club, many communities could get this feasibility study basically free of charge. Thank you. And one more question from Alexei Haiduk. Ingredients, are the technical solutions with solar power plants for the water intakes in rural areas? We're talking about 3 to 5 kilowatt per hour. And what is the approximate cost? Well, I cannot respond to this question immediately. Well, I'll jump in. We did the solar service calculations with UNICEF in Mykolaiv for the company that works in that part of Ukraine. And I would like to say that the cost of such technical solutions is 20 to 30,000 euros. And if you are interested in that, there is a very modern solution. There are controllers that are controlling the work of the pumps. Sorry for the technical details. It just allows to cut the cost dramatically. They are directly connected to solar panels, and they start working earlier as soon as the sun is up. And thanks to this controller, the pump starts pumping the water into the water tower. Or the same can be done with the grid, if the design of the grid allows for that. And then you can get water supply at a much lower price, 15 to 20,000 euros, around that. We looked at one of the wells that could be used to supply to the village. I hope that I understood the question in the right way. Just so coincided that I had to deal with this kind of a question earlier. I'd like to add something to that. Why water supply companies are good consumers when we talk about Ukraine in general, because they have reservoirs, sometimes also water towers, and this basically gives us an additional accumulator that is way cheaper than standard accumulators. And this gives you more flexibility while working with the energy system. And this needs to be done to balance it. Because before, we were used to balance it with turning it off and turning it on. And now with the capacity that water supply companies, we're talking about pretty large capacities. So that is why this is also something that should provide for this kind of operations. Thank you so much. Are there any more questions in the room?
Тоді дякую.
Well then, thank you.
Thank you, Vadim, for the presentation. So now we are at our first coffee break, which will happen here. We are going to reconvene back at 3:45, so a bit more than 30 minutes for the coffee break, informal exchanges, informal questions. After the break, we will see a couple of presentations from the communities, and we will virtually travel to Mirgorod, Sumy, and Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky. Enjoy the break. of today's event will strongly focus on community's experience and community's presentation. Here we will learn about the experience of 3 cities, Myrhorod, Bilhorod-Dnestrovsky, and Sumy. I'm kind of giving 30 seconds to those who need to get back to their seats. Actually, tonight, Eco Club has planned a dinner, so the informal exchange will continue, and everyone here in the room are welcome to join the dinner and continue this informal communication, exchange, networking. So as I mentioned, now we are going to hear about the experience from the communities on the construction of the solar power plants for water utilities. And with the first presentation, I'm inviting Serhiy Solomacha, Mayor of Myrhorod, to share Myrhorod's experience. And to tech support, please switch on the presentation.
Якось постараюсь розібратися з 3 елементами. Ну, я представляю Миргородську громаду.
I'm from Myrhorod community. I'm the mayor of Myrhorod. And I think what the previous speakers shared was very clear. And what I have to add to that is that despite the fact that Myrhorod is far from the front line, if you read the news, watch TV, you know that Myrhorod is one of the towns that is constantly being hit by the enemy. That is why the topic that we have today is very relevant for us. We are doing our best to work with all of the organizations that can support us, provide us with an opportunity of using alternative energy sources. And first of all, I would like to thank the Eco Club for letting us join in to successfully implement the shared ideas. And I would like to share experience that we've had with this activity. Water supply and sewage. In our community, water supply and sewage can work without power from the grid. Water consumption is 1.4, 1.7 kilometers and 0.68 kilowatt hours. The consumption for water supply, 32 people are using the water supply and sewage services. In other words, it's 75% of the residents. The project is aimed at mitigating the risks of power outages, optimizing the current system to cut down on consumption and to better regulate the system, switching to alternative energy sources. As I've mentioned, there's ongoing attacks on our community by the enemy. So that's the background of the project. And in the view of the challenges, the decision was made to build a solar power plant at one of the facilities of the water supply company. Let me tell you that two companies, water supply and district heating company, were merged into one enterprise. And this enterprise is dealing with water supply, with hot water, so water supply to high-rise buildings in particular. And with help of the project, jointly with the Eco Club, the project was implemented in the course of 2 months, and the cost was around 3 million. There were donor costs around 90%, and this was beneficial to the autonomous consumption. Another positive impact was a 13.6 ton per year decrease in the CO2 emissions. The challenges that we were facing in implementation of the project, lack of economic stability, the armed conflict, which leads to the increase of risk for the businesses, destruction of infrastructure, the risk of losing buildings and facilities because of the air strikes, fluctuations in the power grid, power outages. We worked jointly with the Eco Club on the project. As I've mentioned, they stayed in touch, consulting with us, coordinating our work. Investment department and water and heating municipal company also did a great job. We received technical support from the contractor that was working in the project, and we explored similar projects and their experience in other hromadas. Also, jointly with the Eco Club, we implemented another project, setting up of a network of SPPs for the Myrhorod Intensive Care Hospital. With help of Eco Club, this project made the hospital energy independent. 1.8 million was the cost of the project. The capacity is 37.6. Autonomous consumption is around 80%, and the cost savings as of now is 72,000 hryvnias. The construction's impact on the community. The stability of power supply, even during critical situations or accidents. We already had such a situation. There was a power outage, and the two power lines that were providing power to the facility were out, and it was thanks to the solar power plant the water supply continued. The water supply to the city was not interrupted, and there was actually a video. There's actually a video made about the SPP. Other impact: reducing emissions of harmful substances, reducing dependence on energy imports, and saving budget funds. And before we watch a video, I would like to thank once again our donors who helped with funds and materials for the first project. Thank you, Eco Club, for your support. I trust we will continue our cooperation in good spirit. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I'll ask the test support to start the video.
Networks have seen a drop in water pressure. This situation affects the residents of multi-story buildings the most. The utility company Teplovod Service explains that the reason is a breakdown in the power supply network, which the company's specialists are currently working on to eliminate. There was an accident on the high power lines that feed our facilities that provide our city with water. Yesterday we worked until midnight. The electrical laboratories ordered today. It is a very high line. We are looking for where it happened. Today we cannot work on all the wells, and that is why there is such pressure. According to Mykola Sobivchak, the city can currently be supplied with water only thanks to alternative sources of energy. Thus, generators are installed at each of the water supply facilities. However, they are not used yet, and this allows to save on fuel consumption. Instead, the recently built solar power station came in handy. It appeared thanks to cooperation of the city council with the NGO Eco Club. We did a real-time test yesterday in real-world problems, and these panels showed what we had planned, that we could easily run them for 4 hours and provide water to our residents. Yesterday, from 1 to 4 o'clock, this facility worked on only solar panels, and it gives us 70% of our city, although not with the pressure we are used to, with less, but we provide people with water. If we succeed, then by the end of the day tomorrow, the situation in terms of network pressure should improve. The accident on the power supply network is promised to be eliminated in the near future, and they instead to install solar panels for drainage networks as well.
Thank you once again for the presentation and for the video. Are there any questions? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for an amazing presentation. It is a very useful experience, very important numbers that you have shared with us. I would like to ask you if it is possible. I understand these 2 projects are still pretty young, but could you share the experience of maintenance of these stations? Well, there are lots of numbers. It was hard to share all of them, but I tried to cover everything important. Now, regarding maintenance, yes, this is a good question. But say Teplovod Service, we have already, by the way, with the help of Eco Club, we have already trained a person who understands how the maintenance should be done, and I hope that they will do a good job, because we plan to work with kindergartens, etc. So we need at least 1 person trained to do this, and we have them. Well, we'll see. Because it's been only 3 months only. I think that this will be resolved in this way. Thank you.
Я би скоріш пропозицію хотів би зробити, так як
More of a suggestion rather than a question. Probably in Ukraine, maybe even globally, there are not that many such installations that are working in such conditions. That is what would be amazing if in 2-3 months' time you could probably organize some training or some training center, and I would even be willing to pay to listen to your experts to see how it works in real life. We can try. I don't think that it's impossible, because we will have to further work with them. And I think at the very least, we have to survive this year. And solar panels will help us to go through the winter because it will allow us to provide for the critical infrastructure, because without water supply, well, you know, without power supply, you can somehow still live your life, but without water, it's harder. And we're planning to install at least 2 more such power plants, either using our own funding or look for the donors, so that we can also not only supply water, but also improve the work of sewage system. So yeah, we will keep working. Thank you.
Maybe last question or reaction, if there are any. If not, thank you once again, and let's travel to Bilgorod-Dnistrovsky, Alexander Skalo-Zub, and the presentation of Bilgorod-Dnistrovsky experience. And for the tech support, please switch on the next presentation.
Всім доброго дня.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander. I'm the secretary of the Bilgorod-Dnistrovsky City Council, and currently I am substituting the mayor because he is on a work trip. When we were planning to come to this event, we had a very unpleasant night. There was a lot of damage done as a result of Russian strikes, so we didn't know whether we would make it or not, but we managed to come. It's very interesting to be here with you, and I would like to thank you for having organized this event. So, we would like to tell you about reconstruction of electrical networks and installation of solar power plant at Bilgorod-Dnistrovsk Vodokanal, the water supply company next to the pump and station Pivdena, and Bilgorod-Dnistrovsky, Odessa Oblast, one of the Provodna lane. So the population of our community is 45,000 people. The area of the city is 31 square kilometers. Currently, we have 2,500 IDPs. We have 4 municipal enterprises and 1 municipal company in housing and utility sector. Now, let's talk about community needs. Power supply to critical infrastructure facilities, reducing the cost of paying for electricity, and ensuring the safety of residents. And the project objective is to ensure the stable functioning of Bilgorod-Dnistrovsk Vodokanal, the water supply company, and the territory of the pumping station Pivdena, first and second startup complexes. Construction of the SPP was supposed to cover first and second startup complexes. The first one is funded by the own funding. Here we're talking about 600,000. And the second one is funded by the Eco Club. Here we're talking about almost 3 million Ukrainian hryvnia. Solar power plant allows to properly operate whether there is power supply or not for at least a few hours. The inverter allows to set up the work of the solar power plant in such a way that in case the power generation is above the consumption, the generated capacity in an artificial way is restricted to provide for zero overflow into the external grid. The work of the solar power plant is fully automated and does not require having any staff constantly maintaining it, because there was a question about maintenance. We have 1 person because everything is automated and everything can operate even without people being physically present there. We have qualified staff working with the solar power plant. We're also planning to install the following equipment. The photovoltaic modules of 56 kilowatt, three-phase inverter, 50 kilowatt, accumulator, 5.12 kilowatt per hour, 11 of such accumulators. The other equipment, the cable lines, as well as protective equipment. The project also includes energy efficiency component. Installing SPP at Bilhorod-Dnistrovsk Canal in the territory of Pivdena pump station, first and the second startup complexes are the results of the project. We have generated 21,000 kilowatt since the day solar power plant was installed. It allowed to also cut the cost, cut the price of the electricity, and allowed to save up 139,000 hryvnia. During implementation of the project, we have also managed to supply constantly electricity to the pumping station, to retrofit the grid, to also decrease the dependence on the traditional energy sources. Introduction of renewable energy sources in critical infrastructure, and adjusting the tariffs for the residents. Now, main challenges. Red tape related challenges, the duration of obtaining permits and approvals. Next, regulatory challenges, lack of clear and simplified requirements regarding installation of SPPs at critical infrastructure facilities, and logistical challenges, complexity and duration of crossing the border at the Palanka-Mayaki Udobny checkpoint. This is a real challenge. Now, a few words about good practices. Coordinated interaction and cooperation with the team of Eco Club, legal and expert, as well as advisory support from Eco Club, consultations with other communities, systematic monitoring of project implementation. These are all of good practices. Now, speaking about impact of community, the water supply quality improved. The electricity cost for the water supply company was also reduced, which allows to allocate the saved funds to scale up this project. And one more thing, the energy security level has improved. Speaking about the long-term impact on the community, we have managed to introduce renewable energy sources in the community, also retrofit the power grids of the water supply company, and we now have a positive implemented example of renewable energy in critical infrastructure, and the city has become more attractive from the environmental and ecological viewpoint. Now, I would like to express the gratitude to all people gathered here today. I'd like to express the gratitude especially to the representatives of Oxfam and Eco Club, and looking forward to future cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for your presentation. I would like to clarify something. You said that in case if there is surplus energy generation, you artificially stop generating it. Why aren't you sending it to the main grid, to the city grid? It works in a slightly different way. We have accumulators, the batteries, and if the generation goes above the need, then these batteries are accumulating this energy. And say when at night there is no generation, then for about 3 hours, these batteries can output the energy, output the power. Thank you. Any more questions?
Any other questions, comments? Okay, so thank you, Alexander.
Дякую.
Thank you.
And for the final presentation from the communities part, we are going to listen to the presentation from Sumy, and we will have two speakers, Rima Bykova and Alexei Zhukov. And please switch on the slides.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rima Bykova. I'm Deputy Mayor on Executive Authorities of Sumy City Council. And here with me today is the representative of Sumy Water Company, Alexei Zhukov. He will be also covering the technical aspects of installing solar power plant in our city, and will be able to respond to all the questions that have to do with the technical side of things. Could you please move on to the next slide? As it is well known to everyone, Sumy community is located extremely close to the state border with the aggressor country. That is why we're faced with challenges on a daily basis. Currently, the population of our community is 297,000 people. Out of them, 29,000 are IDPs. So clearly, on a daily basis, the number of IDPs keeps growing and increasing. This hence results in a larger need of social services, water supply included. And constant shelling and air raids also pose a threat to our energy system. Here I'm not talking about Ukraine only, but in Sumy community. This affects the services that are provided to the residents and make the situation very unstable. However, solar power plants have significantly helped us to improve the situation with power supply for critical infrastructure. For example, accumulators that allows us to accumulate energy from the general grid and to use it to also supply water during power outages, during blackouts, and during winter time when solar generation is pretty low. Thanks to successful collaboration of Sumy community with Eco Club, the water supply company managed to first develop the feasibility study and later on install solar power plants. Thanks to the support of AUKUS, FAM, and Eco Club, the funding of the solar power plant was provided for water supply at Pryshipsky water intake. Also, I would like to add that funding of our solar power plant, one of the water intakes, amounted to 120,000 euros. But thanks to the funding of our community, we managed to also invest 670,000 hryvnia. So thanks to our close collaboration between Sumy community and Eco Club and Oxfam, we managed to improve the situation in water supply thanks to Pryshipsky water intake. Now I'd like to give the floor over to my colleague, who will tell more about how this solar power plant operates. Meetings. Our collaboration in the framework of this project with Eco Club NGO started about 6 months ago or so. And as a result of it is that in May this year, in one of the water intakes in the city, we have installed solar power plant, 90 kilowatt. Out of them, 60 kilowatt was hybrid power plant with the possibility to accumulate electricity and 30 from the grid. This concept provided for the following. During unstable power supply, during the night time, or when there was no sustainable power supply, one of the water wells, the one that is has the biggest capacity, will allow us to raise water either to the reservoir specifically designated for storing it there, or for putting it in the water tank so that it could be delivered to the most important facilities in the city. 30 kilowatt of the grid power plant is used to supply power to yet another water well, as well as to compensate for the consumption of the pumps with the stable supply of power. One more thing that I would like to add is that currently, well, this is a slightly outdated information on the slide because we prepared this presentation earlier on. Now, thanks to the generation over this 1.5 months of operation, we have generated about 20 megawatt of electricity. We have already compensated about 140,000 hryvnia, if we're talking about this equivalent, and also we have decreased CO2 emissions by 7 tons.
What's missing on this slide, however, is the impact of installing the SPP we received in May. On the 6th of May, the city of Sumy was attacked. There was an airstrike, and a key substation, a plant was attacked, and for 14 hours the city did not have electricity. And actually the facility that was hit was next to a water intake facility that was installed. We managed to fill up the reservoir and to provide water tanks to take to the hospitals in the course of 2 hours. Then when the daylight began, the solar power station went on, started generating energy. The well was filling up the reservoir, and the grid sub-facility joined in. There were 2 blackouts in May. The first one on May 6th, 12-14 hours the power was missing depending on the neighborhood. The second airstrike caused to 6 hours long power outage. So that's about the point whether the solar power plants are necessary for critical infrastructure. Should they be installed at water supply facilities? 90 kilowatts is not the capacity that covers all the needs of even this water intake facility, but nonetheless, this is actually pretty telling, to attesting to the fact that renewables, alternative energy sources can help during power outages periods. I'd like to add to what my colleague has said. Indeed, during the days with power outages, with help of the SPP, the residents, those consumers that receive water from this water intake facility, they barely felt the problems with power in the city. So I'd like to emphasize that each city needs to have such SPPs for cases like that, for people to be able to receive high quality water supply services. Regarding challenges, the problems that we faced during implementation of the project, I wouldn't call them problems actually. or challenges, I would refer to that a work process. The parties that were involved were oriented towards the results. And what happened in the process were rather discussions, sometimes disputes, some technical aspects that were actually about persuading one another about the best solution to proceed with. And as my colleague from Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky has previously mentioned, there were some issues regarding with the large number of approvals required. The contract specified 4 parties, and the procedures that we have in various institutions, the approvals between municipal companies, all of that exists within a certain cycle, certain approval procedures, which affected the swift resolution of the issues. The second challenge that we were faced with was certain concerns about the supply of key components for construction and installation. We were worried that it would take more time than we anticipated. The implementation period was reduced to 2 months, which was in and of itself a challenge because we are fully aware that it is very hard to build something like that in 2 months, given all the intricacies of the process. But as I've mentioned, we successfully made it through it because everybody was result-oriented, and we had very helpful consultations with Eco Club on legal and technical matters. So there was very good cooperation going on between all of the stakeholders. The local self-government, technical experts, everyone was involved. This helped to overcome the challenges. Another thing, fortunately, the contractor, the construction company that won the bidding process, had most of the components and parts at their warehouses stockpiled that we required for the implementation, which helped us cut down on the time it would otherwise require to procure the equipment and parts. One more thing to add is that we did not have practical experience with SPPs previously. We only had some theoretical knowledge, so we were concerned about how it would actually work. The experience has been positive for a month and a half. It's been in operation, and having the knowledge, having the consultations from Eco Club and practical experience, we already have plans to build similar SPPs at other facilities that we have, and there we will of course take into account our experience, and we will maybe fine-tune the concept of operation of the SPP at a specific given facility. The implemented SPP project has had a major social impact on the community. 35,000 residents are receiving water from Pryshipsky water intake facility specifically. And out of those 35,000, 11 social infrastructure facilities receive water. 3 hospitals in particular, 1 perinatal center, 1 higher education institution, 1 vocational education institution, 2 schools, and 2 kindergartens. So as we can see, without the construction of an SPP, given that the SPP that was hit is near, adjacent to the water intake facility, the help from the international organizations in building of an SPP at the Pryshipsky water intake facility helps our residents be confident that if a next air strike takes place, they will still have water supply. Another thing to mention that with help of the accumulating batteries during power outages, the water supply continues for another hour and a half, 2 hours. As my colleague has mentioned, Sumy community is planning to expand its efforts. We hope that international organizations and Eco Club NGO will help us with further implementation of similar projects so that the Sumy community and our residents had stable water supply. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, dear colleagues. Any questions? Questions from the audience for Darina and Alexei? I have a follow-up question. Thank you for your presentation. The question is, how do four parties how do four entities involved in co-funding interact? Because I think this is a major complication. I saw on the slide that you mentioned the ministry, the water supply enterprise, the donors. So how was it done? Did you make a draft and then you seek approval from the ministry? How was that arranged? I'll take that question if that's okay. Fortunately, unfortunately, I don't know. The ministry was not involved in this process. This project was implemented by the Sumy territorial community within its competencies. So there were contractual relations with clear delineation of roles for everyone involved. So there was a contractor, a customer, a payer. That's exactly the word that was used, the Eco Club. And there was the holder, the water supply enterprise that is going to run the operation of the facility. We also had the city infrastructure department as well as the finance department. Regarding hardships during preparatory stage, indeed there were some, because we need to comply with all of the procedures set out for each of the departments, finance department in particular. But from the very beginning, we were very clear about which share of the funds will come from grants and which will be covered by the community. After that had been solved, there was money allocated from the territorial community. It was decided which is funded from what, from which tranche, from where the equipment is funded, what will be funding the construction, installation, and further trading. So no problems with that. Who funded, you're saying? Design projects. I'm not quite sure about design projects. Maybe my colleagues could help with that. Good afternoon. The complexity of the situation was that indeed we have four parties: the city council, which is a guarantor of everything happening; the water supply enterprise is the holder of what is to be constructed; Eco Club is a co-founder, and contractors that are actually doing the construction works. Aside from the legal matters, because the city council, the city enterprise, they have their procedure that they have to comply with, as well as the regulatory framework that they are bound by. There's one more important thing. The legal aspects need to be aligned with the construction regulations. That was quite sophisticated. We had to spend some time to find the best solutions for cost estimate for the design, something that will help us make sure that we're doing everything correctly throughout all the stages of the process. And thank God this was not the first facility that we are working with. We already had an algorithm. And what Alexei was talking about is that the lawyers from every institution, they have their opinion about different wordings in the documents. And very often we would discuss not how we are going to build the object, but properly phrasing the rights and obligations of each parties. That could be a separate presentation. I will not go any further in that. I can see representatives of Bilhorod-Dnistrovsky nodding, so they know what I'm talking about. Even though our communities differ, but still, this is something that I will be more than happy to share more information about contractual obligations, etc. I'd like to take a minute to say that what made it easier with the approval process and entering into agreement, I don't know about other colleagues, but our water intakes have land plots allocated for permanent use for the water supply enterprise. So we did not have to deal with that, with those issues. If we had to do that, it wouldn't have taken us 2 months. This was the key issue for us when we commenced the implementation of the project. So recommendations for the communities that in the future are going to be implementing the SPP projects. Indeed, you need to start with land matters, the land plot on which the SPP is going to be built, because otherwise it will take another 2 months to deal with that. Thank you, dear colleagues. I want to make sure we are in time, but we also need to be inclusive. We have participants with us that are watching online, and there are 2 questions from our online audience, and I'll ask you to answer those questions succinctly. This question from Yuri Yatsky. Thank you for interesting presentations, wonderful experience. Suma's experience is very interesting. Suma is one of the best energy efficient cities. So how do you calculate the CO2 emissions? So any ways to decrease the CO2? I don't remember the formula now. There's a coefficient per 1 kilowatt of power generated by renewables. I'm not sure about the exact numbers. It's math. There's a math formula per 1 kilowatt of renewable energy, the decrease of CO2 compared to thermal power plants and other polluting facilities. And second question, this could be actually asked to any of the communities, but I would like to ask you that because you are next to the border. This is from Mykolaiv Oblast. If we have 2,100 residents in the village, will it make sense to install solar panels or other alternative sources for water supply? Of course. That's a brief answer, especially for the Mykolaiv Oblast of Ukraine. South of Ukraine, a lot of daylight, a lot of sunlight. I think this is very relevant. This is the future given Ukraine's reality. Thank you, dear Sumy colleagues. A round of applause. And thank you all of the communities for your prepared presentations, for your experience. Let's proceed to our next discussion, which partially was touched upon, the recommendations. policy recommendations, regulatory tools, recommendations, how to improve regulatory framework. We have two presenters for this session. And I would like to invite Olena Baida, energy expert, to share results of EcoClub's study. Could you make sure that you make it under 10 minutes to set some time aside for Q&A? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'll switch to English as we previously agreed with the organizers to briefly share with you one of EcoClub's studies.
The scoping study, which is called the Financing Renewable Energy Projects in Ukrainian Municipalities. The idea behind this study was basically to identify which kind of projects could be the priority projects for municipalities, to analyze whether we have enough financial instruments basically to develop these projects, and if not, to suggest a design of a financial instrument which could be viable from the perspective of municipalities. I think we all agree that the solar power stations have multiple benefits, and another benefit which was not mentioned, but I think it's also important to note, is that this is a great example of projects which help municipalities to learn by doing. So as it was mentioned during the first presentation on today's event, Ukraine lost about 9 gigawatts of installed capacity, and we understand that the solar power stations is kind of a part of the solutions. We cannot cover all the required consumption only with solar power stations. But this is a great first step for municipalities to build partnership, to go through the permit procedures, and to move forward maybe with also another technologies. Just to summarize, basically also discuss today what kind of projects could be suggested as priority projects. We believe that those are installing solar power stations on municipal facilities like water utilities, hospitals, kindergartens, and boiler houses. Basically, when we decide which kind of projects to implement, we need to take into account the pattern of energy consumption and also the need to consume the heat water. But I think it was very well presented by Vadim, so I will move forward to financing solutions. Okay, so when we decide to implement the renewable power station within the municipal facility, what kind of options do we have? Well, the first option, obvious one, would be the own funds of municipalities. But here we need to know that while municipalities need to cope with additional challenges, like they need to restore buildings or facilities, they need to increase the security of supply, they need to deal with vast amounts of internal displaced persons. They act under restricted funds. So if we analyze the key sources of budgets of municipalities, on average 64% of the local budgets come from tax revenues. Out of this, the major part before 2023 was personal income tax. So municipalities received around 70% of their revenues from the personal income tax. If we analyze the data from 2023, when the amendments to the budget codes were implemented, and part of these profits are now directed to the state budget, this amount decreased to 44%. So we understand that the municipalities need additional support. And here we move to the next kind of stage and analyzing the available state support. What do we have? Here we have the kind of general RES support scheme, which currently include the feed-in tariffs. As a potential option, we have feed-in premium, but this premium should be distributed through the green auctions, which have never yet been implemented in Ukraine. and exists only in our legislation. And we have a new instrument which is net billing. Also, we have a few other options. For example, the decarbonization fund. It was envisaged that this new fund will start operations from January 1st of this year. However, it was not yet launched. This fund was kind of envisaged as this budget program, similarly to the regional development fund. In fact, the government registered it as a separate institution, so we now have this decarbonization fund. And on last Friday, the government finally adopted the decision, which describes the mechanism of providing the funds for this mechanism. The text is still not available, so we are waiting for official publication, but reportedly the fund will also provide soft loans to municipalities and municipally owned enterprises. So this is kind of potential solution which needs additional analysis, and like the study was prepared when this decision was not yet implemented. Another option we analyzed was energy efficiency fund. This fund provides grant financing to also for installing renewable solar power stations and heat pumps. However, their only beneficiary can be homeowners associations. So this is not viable solution. Another financial instrument which could be taken into account by municipalities is affordable loans projects. 579 municipalities are eligible to participate, and also this applies to municipally owned enterprises. Specifically, the program states that the energy performance companies which are owned by municipalities have received soft loans with the help of this project. And we also have a new decision of the government which suggests that these affordable loans also will cover the gas turbines, gas pistons, and biogas stations. So not exactly the focus of our study, but for municipalities to consider that this is the option to also finance other technologies. And another financial instruments which we analyzed were the loans from Ukrainian banks and loans from international financial institutions. The key drawback, of course, of the loans from Ukrainian banks is the very high interest rate. So it varies from 19.5% to 25%, and it's, of course, too high for attracting this financing for the municipalities. We've conducted interviews during preparation of this study with municipalities to understand which kind of interest rate would be sufficient, which would be attractable. And the majority of municipalities who discussed this issue agreed that the possible interest rate was at the level of inflation. So, for example, 15% would be viable, but 25% is too high. If we talk about the loans of international financial organizations, we currently have kind of few programs available for municipalities. We've analyzed programs implemented by the EIB, as well as NEFCO. What can I summarize from this analysis? That the majority of the available programs, specifically EIB, are not yet available. So they were introduced at the beginning of the full-scale invasion or before that, and they already closed their application. There is a possibility to apply for a NEFCO Green Recovery Program, but there were not enough funding for new municipalities to include to this program. Basically, our conclusion was that we need to negotiate and to negotiate with our international partners the need for implementing a specific tailor-made financial program for municipalities, and we suggested the design which would include the soft loan, the grant financing, and as a key part also technical assistance. Yeah, I see that Mariana shows that I need to conclude. I will stop here. You will see the model project, what was suggested, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Olena. I want to give a couple of minutes to the participants if there are any questions. I see one hand, and yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have a quick question. Last week I visited a municipality, Vodakanal in Odessa Oblast, and they were working with a kind of public-private partnership with a company installing and operating the solar panel. And they had a contract for 10 years. The company would install for free the solar panel, operate them, and then hand them over to the municipality. I know 10 years, I don't know what is the life expectation for this solar panel, so I don't know if it's a good calculation, but the municipality was very happy because with no investment, they had the guarantee to have a reliable power supply during the next winter. And they saw it as a win-win opportunity. I don't know if you are aware of similar projects elsewhere in Ukraine.
I think you're talking about energy performance contracts. I would say that currently the majority of these projects are implemented with the help and with partial financing from UNDP. And the key problem, the key problem here, so yes, indeed, this is a win-win solution. The energy service companies, which basically they just this kind of contracts, they face similar projects as municipalities, so no availability of cheap loan money. And when we discuss this program, they also kind of believe and hope that they will be financed through this decarbonization fund. So now we have a decarbonization fund with the financing of roughly 760 million hryvnia, which is not, well, this is a good start, but this cannot cover all the options. But the expectations on this fund are from municipalities, from energy service companies, from business, which line of with industry. So we'll see how it works and which kind of results it will show. But yes, indeed, the energy service, the energy performance contracts is a win-win solution. It was also analyzed within our study, and maybe we will provide a link. Thank you.
And if it's possible, I'll add a little bit about energy service program because I'm connected a little bit to it. The main problem from the point of view of this solution, it's only network inverters mostly, yes, and this is only to compensate the consumption, but without storage. And the best solution in this things as a win-win, yes, maybe if energy servicing company, because for them it's 8 years, it's a lot payback periods, will install the solar panels as examples, and the municipality with some additional grants and so will install the storage systems. And in this situation, it will be really good because there are a few program and a few water supply companies now that working with the energy service company, but as I know, it's only solution without the storage, and these solutions not very good from our situation now.
Thank you. Maybe one final question, if there is something in the group. If not, then thank you, Olena, once again. And I am passing the mic to Andriy to do the presentation about policy recommendations for regulatory improvements.
Thank you. As far as the largest portion of the recommendation will be aimed at our decision makers in Ukrainian authorities on different level, I will switch to Ukrainian. I hope some of them are presented here or online. Тобто, я говоритиму українською, тому що більше
So I will switch to Ukraine because I think that the majority of these recommendations are aimed and targeted at Ukrainian government at different levels, and I hope that they are either here with us or listening to us online. And to a large extent, these recommendations were prepared by Olha Savchenko, our legal expert, who is currently on a work trip abroad. So I will try to properly convey all of her thoughts, ideas, and conclusions. Next slide, please. Oh, here's this thing that I was looking for. So we have just saw the examples of 3 cities and towns. Why are they here? Because they have managed to stick to a few basic requirements that we pose for the communities so that they can implement this type of projects. They had very consistent political will in their towns and cities. And maybe you would say it's not that obvious, but to be honest, when we start collaborating with the new community, first and foremost, we assess whether they have a political will to do something, how justified it is, how sincere it is. Is it true or is it just populism? But if there is no political will, we usually refuse from such a collaboration. Because our experience demonstrates that if there is no political will, we will simply use resources in vain, both our resources as well as the resources of potential donors, be it the funding of local or international organizations. I started from the bullet point that is in between other two. Another prerequisite is for these projects to become possible, it is important to also have financial organizational support from Oxfam, which we had from the very beginning. And I would like to also thank all of the cities and towns for their kind words about Eco Club. Because from the commencement of the project, Eco Club could provide organizational and technical support in a consistent way to the communities that have political will and their own capacity to implement things. So these are all the prerequisites that made this solar power plants possible and allowed us to get all of their advantages. I wanted to mention it and highlight it once again, because even though it may seem obvious and clear, it is not always the case. Yes, okay, where do I have to aim this clicker? Lots of these recommendations and conclusions that I am going to speak about now is something that has already been covered one way or another. I guess they have covered all of them, to be honest. But maybe I will structure it in a slightly different way. So, what are the risks and the obstacles? As I have already mentioned, it is necessary to have a very consistent effort coming from the local authorities to implement it. And the key word here is consistency. It shouldn't be a one-time thing. It shouldn't be a one-off thing. This is the first risk and an obstacle. The second one, we need political decisions. To put it simple, the leadership of the town and the city have to vote for these decisions. They have to allocate the land plot. They have to allocate the funding. And I think that this is how it's supposed to work. This is how local governance works. But we understand that in some towns and cities, there still are some political games ongoing internally. And another source of risks and obstacles is the current system of tariffs for water supply. And we're gonna come back to it and talk about it in more detail. Again, maybe it is not that obvious, but this is what makes attracting funding so complicated, because such tariffs lead to losing money, which results in financial institutions being very reluctant in providing funding to any municipal enterprises as well as other companies at the municipal level, because there is no constant cash flow which can guarantee that the loans will be paid back. And this is one of the basic things that sadly we have to overcome constantly, and that is why I wanted to mention it too. And there will be a few recommendations related to that. I have already covered Land Plus, so I'm not going to go over it one more time. And investment projects require discussing it with the regulator with the national regulator. Here we're talking about NEURC. As well, we have to coordinate it with the donors and the city. And I probably should have mentioned it first. It is hard to expect that all such installations will be funded in the form of a present. This is not a sustainable approach, and we have to build a system which would allow us for such installations, solar power plants, or maybe in the future winter wind power plants that work both in summer as well as in winter in a very good way, and to make them less dependent on grant funding.
I already mentioned about the tariffs. Aside from the fact that often they are not based on real expenditures, moreover, there's some lack of transparency, and this is critical for regulatory purposes, which has a lot to do with my next point. It is hard revisiting tariffs, and it requires decisions from various authorities, and there's no definite duration for such a procedure. If justification of new tariffs is submitted based on the present reality, then there's no way telling when these decisions are going to be made and what these decisions are going to look like. Another thing that probably you will know about, unfortunately, throughout the entire history of independence, our government has been very populistic with the topic of utilities tariffs. This has all sorts of implications, most of them devastating. To gain some political capital, different actors are decision makers or strive for decision-making power. They are making promises to decrease tariffs. One thing happened during wartime. The NEURC, a regulator, an independent body, picked a moment, not the best one, to announce that the water supply and sewage tariffs are going to increase twofold. The president said this is no way to do during the wartime, and the formerly independent body the very next day brought back the tariffs to the previous level. This is not what the investors want to see. Those who are prepping to invest in renewables in the communities. This is an example of political dependence in the area of tariffs. And last but not least, the government makes all sorts of decisions at the national level from time to time, promising that this insufficient funding, the decrease of tariffs, will be compensated from other sources. However, we have not seen sufficient compensation. It remains insufficient, which creates shortages in the budgets of municipal companies. For the most part, this actually is about the centralized heating, but it's also true for water supply enterprises. And now on to something more positive. It was actually quite concerning to discuss that, and this needs to be communicated to our Ukrainian MPs and decision makers. So I'm hoping they will hear this. So what to do to make sure that renewable energy sources in the communities are deployed regardless whether Eco Club is providing grant and expert support to the cities. First of all, as one could assume, is to include the cost of renewable energy in tariffs. This is quite self-explanatory. It's not science fiction. This could be done now, but this is quite a hefty thing to achieve. Second, which is way more complicated to achieve, is to amend the tariffs timely and to make sure the tariffs are market-based. A lot of levels to that. Third, working towards limiting political interference in decision-making in the area of municipal utilities companies' operations, in particular regarding tariffs for water supply, sewage, and heating. Next, introduce support, state support programs for infrastructure modernization, and something that we just discussed, facilitate the conclusion of ESCO contracts. I have to add something to what the colleagues mentioned here.
Contract, if even you are named not like that. There are more issues with that, such type of the contracts. Probably the biggest one is the high risks for private investors. So we may understand that actually for private investors such a contract will mean 8 years, as you mentioned, of risks. If the rocket or the missile hit the facilities, then what will be happening? And what is even more risky, another city mayor appointed or elected will decide to stop paying back the investment to the investors. Then, unfortunately, this not really shiny decision will be really hard to stop via court decisions or some other mechanisms. This is actually the issue with, I would say, with this energy performance contract, a part of other issues. So I would say there is a strong need for insurance or something like that. Да, в нас є суперечності
Next, we have some controversies in the regulations regarding rooftop SPPs. Different governmental documents speak of different things. So there could be a state support program to support the modernization, and this could be subsidies to water enterprises, supportive of renewables, because tariffs right now, especially for households, are subsidized by the state-run companies. In some cases, more than a half is subsidized. And if we make sure that the money is invested in renewables, the medium and long-term outcomes will be so much better than just eating through it. So basically wasting. And now, Mariana will explain the group work exercise.
щодо цих рекомендацій, подекуди вони були дуже
I will be happy to answer the questions about the points that were mentioned. Andrei, could you go a slide back? That's to ask a question.
Let us try again. Is it back?
Ще раз спробуємо.
Suggestion would be to open the floor for an open discussion, open conversation. If you see any most urgent, pressing recommendations that among those that Andrei presented right now, and if you have any thoughts regarding actions to be taken and by whom to move ahead with these recommendations. So I would just open the floor to those who are ready to share the thoughts and take the time till coffee break to have this open conversation. Or any other reactions to what Andrei presented. So is anything that resonates with your experience in working in communities or on the national level, or anything that maybe contradicts to your observations?
I would like to go back to the presentation. I just realized that I have a question. You did not mention the feed-in tariff. Did Eco Club look into that? Are there any projects on that? Will they be implemented? The feed-in tariff was introduced a long time ago, and we see no political commitment or prospects for this mechanism of feed-in tariff. In particular, the owners of the installations are to receive higher bills for higher payments for power. The cost of renewables fell, making them, sorry, there seem to be some technical problems. So now it's more beneficial and they can operate based on market approaches without the need for the governmental support. So for majority of technologies, that's the case. That is why the government has developed and is introducing another approach, net billing, self-consumption in Ukrainian. So the idea is, so let's say you're an owner of an installation. So we're talking about small scale generation. So dozens, hundreds of kilowatts of capacity. So not for industrial megawatts installations. And some of the power is consumed for own needs, but as it normally happens, the generation from SPPs or wind power plants does not coincide with the schedule of households. So this is what happens in Ukraine. In the periods where you have surplus generation, you can send the power to the grid and make some money. And in the periods where you have consumption and lack of generation, you can use this money to pay for the power from the grid that you consume. So this system is already operating in Ukraine. I know of a few examples, but it does require further improvement and fine-tuning. For small installations, and I don't know what Elena is about to say, I'm under the impression that she's skeptical. So I'm under the impression that for small installations, this seems like a good approach, not a good one for large installations, but the large ones, the industry level installations, they do not require such governmental support in the form of electricity tariff that is a few times higher than the market-based one. So that was what the feed-in tariff was about. I think as of now, neither politically or economically, it's possible to suggest something like that because it would look like something dodgy, a dodgy scheme. Olena, was there something you wanted to add? This is a new mechanism that requires further practice. The government and Obolenergo energy companies need more experience. Locals of government, for locals of government, it would be a problem to be champions in net billing. And Andriy made a great point that it works really great for household consumption schedules. When, for example, the family, let's say, is active in the morning and then goes to work. But if it's other facilities, the consumption happens during the day. So you don't have this gap in consumption like households. Thank you. Alexei, and then Alina. I have a comment to make regarding that. Based on what we've discussed so far, the water supply enterprises, and we are not looking at this from the business perspective. It's not promising in terms of business. And controlling consumption, making money on that, this is not on the table for us. So for us, it's about stable supply and providing power during blackouts. Another thing that's more important for us is being energy efficient, cutting down expenditures on power, given the circumstances with the tariffs. Maybe for water enterprises, this is less relevant, and what we are seeing there will be certain surplus in the generation of power, especially during summertime. The net billing is a mere mechanism of maybe partial compensation of costs, expenditures, because if we are saying that at the expense of the solar generation, we're going to be generating energy and selling it to the grid, this implies a completely different procedure and entering on the market. So this is for personal consumption, not a business or a separate activity. I was wondering about your opinion. If you had an opportunity, if you were to make money on electricity, would that affect the end consumer? Would that affect the tariffs for the end consumer, do you think? Well, regarding tariffs and the regulator, that would have to be a separate line of activity if it's not for personal use. But then it's the matter of, let's say we are installing this power plant and our donors, our grant givers, they are not after making water enterprises affluent and making money off of it. Our purpose is one and only humanitarian factor, so providing the residents with water supply, protecting the environment, thanks to energy and energy efficiency. If that becomes a business, if that's commercial, that's a completely different kind of activity and procedure, and you would have to arrange everything a completely different way. And most of the water enterprises, water supply enterprises are municipal companies, and the communities are founding parties in those enterprises, so completely different procedure. Well, theoretically, yes, you can look at it as a business, as a commercial activity, so this could be done for the purpose of making money, for investments, for updating of the water supply enterprise facilities. I would like to add something. So the context is that water supply enterprises are the largest consumers of power, so non-industry consumers in the regions. There's barely anyone that consumes more energy amongst the non-industry consumers than water supply enterprises. So let me put it this way. If the objective becomes for them to supply energy to the grid, that means that we are incredibly successful with renewables. And if we go back to the SUME presentation, the SPP that we installed covers less than 7% of the needs of one water intake facility in SUME. So that means the capacities need to be scaled up so much. Well, that would need wind power plants because they can operate in winter just as good, unlike solar power plants that actually see the drop in the generation during wintertime. So a lot of investments would be required before we reach the situation when the water supply enterprises have such generation capacities that exceed their energy needs.
If I may, I'd like to discuss the following and not the following. The municipal enterprises will never operate in the same way as businesses do. They are municipal enterprises. They're called like that for a reason, because they basically are funded by the community, the tariffs, etc. Any municipal enterprise, it will never be earning money by doing that. If they want to earn money, then you should hand it over to someone else as a concession, or hand it over to business who will be earning money from doing that. But, you know, municipal enterprise, it sounds like a nonsense. Andrea, I have a question. I saw that in your presentation, one of the suggestions is to create a good regulations for solar power plants and also settle down some of uncertainties regarding the rooftop solar power panels. So my question is, do we have to regulate? What do we have to change and what has already been regulated? And do you collaborate with the representatives of the state institutions which could help all of us to improve the situation with the regulations? Okay, I'll try responding to all of that, and I hope that Dmytro will jump in and will help me with some of the questions. And also I'd like to mention that Olga, who is the main author of all these things in this presentation, she analyzed all of the regulations. She will soon come back from the United States of America, and we're planning to dive even deeper. I promise you, she'll come back. She is on a work trip there. Now, a few things that I'd like to mention. There are some legal acts which demand, in case you install rooftop solar panels, you need to provide the full packaging of the paperwork, such as expertise, assessment, obligation, etc. But on the other hand, there are other regulations that say that it is not necessary. So there is a discrepancy. Does this have to be done or not? Basically, there is a discrepancy in the regulations itself. The second issue, which also should be noted, is that this is basically what we saw when we started collaborating with the hospitals. The condition of the roofs in such facilities can be very, very different. And I don't know what will be the decision after covering all of the gaps. Are we gonna demand as a state to provide all of this paperwork or not? But we definitely need to make sure that these roofs and these installations are safe, because one of the biggest obstacles for hospitals, at least, is that engineers come there and they reach the conclusion that it is impossible to install solar panels on the roof because it is in such a bad condition that it's impossible to do anything there. And the first thing that needs to be done is retrofitting that rooftop. This needs to be taken into account because we obviously don't want any incidents happening there. One more thing, I remember back when I was studying engineering, many of solar power plants can be damaged by the strong wind. And again, even if we have all of the paperwork that is being prepared, we have to take that into account. And if there's no paperwork supplied, then we have to still take into account so that we don't make technical decisions that will result in some incidents that will harm either people or damage the installation. Together with the Energy Efficiency Agency, we are trying to prepare the list of the documentation that needs to be submitted for the solar power plants to be installed in hospitals, and we haven't yet started preparing the same for the water supply companies, but that might be in the pipeline for the future. Dima, would you like to chime in? This is Dmytro Sokoluk, our technical expert, and Natalia would like to add something too, right? Well, the biggest challenge when it comes to regulations and regulatory framework is that different state bodies and different local authorities are interpreting the regulations in different ways, which means that it hasn't been worded in a proper way. I can even give you examples. When we did 20 projects in the 21st in Mykolaiv, now we have to redo all of the paperwork which went through the expert assessment, because when obtaining a permit, at the beginning of the construction, we were told that the paperwork hasn't been done properly. How come 20 other bodies said that it was okay in other oblasts? By the way, in Mykolaiv a year ago, they also green-lighted it. And then the 21st attempt, they said, no, it's not okay. You have to change it. And this is the main problem. It is not properly regulated. Talking about the necessity of this package of the paperwork, I think that it is necessary, because if we let people do whatever they want, we can do more harm. But this is still something that requires necessary discussion. And another thing is that there are something that are regulated in the legislation that basically put the project on hold for 2-3 months because we have to submit certain paperwork, and then we have to get the permits. At the same time, there is a regulation 406 that allows you to not do that during the war. But then when we did it in Myrhorod, the chief architect in the city said that, no, we cannot do that. We have to prove to them that it can be done. So we end up proving that. We end up implementing that, but we're losing time. The problem is that legislation is very ambiguous. And, it is always interpreted in a different way. So basically, it all depends on how a specific individual interprets that. And there is no clear system which you can follow and do everything step by step. That's how the process is organized. And this is the main challenge. Natalia? Very brief. Yes, I wanted to also mention one point about legislation. We used to send letters to relevant institutions and mention that Part 5 of Article 26 of the law of Ukraine regulating city design paperwork mentions designing the facilities, but then there are certain discrepancies there. Because other documents, for example, the decree of the Cabinet of Ministers from 2017, 406 that Metro has just mentioned, list some things that contradict the first document, and we sometimes don't even understand what do we do, what do we refer to when we are trying to make a specific decision. Thank you.
Try to have 2, maximum 3 comments, questions here in this session, and then take a coffee break.
Okay. 1 comment and 1 question to our SDC colleagues. I'll start with a comment. In terms of suggestions for improvements, I wonder if it's relevant to put something about how to strengthen capacities for the designs and the installations of solar projects more broadly in Ukraine, and whether that's a relevant point, and if there are things that we can actually practically do together to improve that. The second part has to do with the different funds that are available. And perhaps one piece that might be missing is from the humanitarian funding that is available today. And this is perhaps more a question to our colleagues from SDC, or indeed for us to think about. What guidance could we give for how to prioritize or how to select a location for humanitarian funding? Some ideas that have been mentioned today: utilities that have no independent power line, no energy backup, efficient equipment, political will, the different alternatives. But I wonder whether it's a relevant question for donors to have a guide that essentially determines whether whether solar funding through humanitarian would be adequate or not. So that's 2 questions, I suppose, and apologies.
Should I start?
Yeah. So we will give time to think for colleagues from SDC.
Well, being environmental or green NGO, we have a strategic goal to make sure that Ukrainian municipalities are developing renewables on their own. This is actually very deep reasons for this kind of project we are implementing. And what we see, that actually these pilot projects build up political will in different communities, and first of all, and secondly, they are much more tend to take so-called informed decisions. They are starting to think not based on some, let's say, methodical understanding, but based on their real numbers, real examples, and so on. So we hope that what we actually saw already and we see, that our fellow communities partners mentioned that doing this, implementing this project, it's actually helped a lot to increase their capacity to do so in further. I think there is, like, speaking about this particular thing, like capacity of municipalities in the sphere of renewables. There is no, like, the only one approach to follow. It really depends on the scale of the project and the scale and or the size of the settlements. Sometimes, like speaking about, for example, Zhytomyr, who is missing here, as far as I know, unfortunately, they have probably a lot of capacity to do such projects. They have a separate communal enterprise to actually implement such projects, and they basically need something really different in comparison with the municipalities. We just did the one pilot with, which are a couple times smaller, and it definitely they need like more day by day support in terms of technical expertise, in terms of legislation, and so on. So when we are meeting international financial institutions, we are always requests for this diverse but steady support of development of capacity of municipalities in this regards, but looking at the specific needs of the municipalities. In practical terms, I will step back to this, what I already mentioned. Sometimes we need project offices, sometimes we need one person, one expert who will be supporting a couple of neighbors, like especially when these are rural municipalities with not really high density of population, and so on. Sometimes we need just include relevant request into the grant funding contract or something like that. Sometimes we need financial instruments Elena was describing right now. And speaking about how to select the facilities to work with from the humanitarian prospects, as if I understood your question correctly, I would say, I will, sorry, but I will repeat myself. Maybe it's a bit too cynic, but I really can't see the way how to cooperate with municipalities who do not really want to implement those, or who want to utilize some quite well famous corrupted scheme to get some income out of this project. It's kind of wasting resources and undermine the whole idea to do so. So I would really propose to work with municipalities with clear political will. Yeah, and which they might not have enough human capacity or technical capacity to implement, but this is a secondary issue, I would say. And from the technical prospect, I would say what we already saw in Sumy and Mirgorod, and in Bilgorod as well, the Bilgorod-Dnestrovsky, that actually these installations are solving the ongoing problems with providing water supply, drinking water supply. So basically, sorry again for cynic, but approach, but to survive without electricity in the apartment in the city, much easier having water and heating, but without electricity, then vice versa. And so I would use this approach from my being Ukrainian from comparatively safe place, I would say.
Thank you, Andy. I'm checking with the table if you want to add something or comment. Yeah, you will have like at least 2 minutes to, yeah. Just try to speak. And
Yes, my name is Cyril Burgi, head of Wash Reconstruction for SDC, Swiss Development Corporation, of the Swiss Humanitarian Aid. So we are a Swiss Humanitarian Aid program. I think that's why David made the distinction between the humanitarian aid and the development. But we do have the possibility to do nexus programs, which means we do a humanitarian aid program and then we do the overlap with our development colleagues. That should actually be the end goal of all of our interventions. But I think the criteria have been named. One is that we need to see the willingness of the municipality, water canals, or other entity to intervene, which is, with the short time I have been in Ukraine, is a little struggle in some of our projects. And then, of course, there needs to be a link, a direct link to the humanitarian needs. So on paper, we are supposed to really support the most vulnerable ones. This is currently in the front lines. But then, if it comes to the nexus between humanitarian and development, of course, the main criteria there is durability. And this, I think, is a little bit difficult next to the front lines, where you still have the risks of damages and the limited capacity in human resources from the authorities. But I think this can all be solved with the narrative of the project itself. But currently, I see it from SDC, because other donors might have different criteria as we do. As a conclusion, we would really look for the willingness of the partner, not too close to the front line, but still linked to the conflict. So we will not intervene in the west of Ukraine. I think that's in short.
Yeah, thank you. And final sentence from Dmytro, and then coffee break.
Я майже щотижня відповідаю на подібні питання, чому ми вибираємо ту чи іншу громаду, чи той чи інший водоканал, чи лікарню для роботи. І Андрій не дасть мені збрехати, що коли ми робили техніко-економічні обґрунтування на водоканали, я рвав на собі сорочку і казав, давай зробимо кілька ТЕО на Західній Україні. Хоча на той час Західна Україна виглядала більш-менш безпечно з точки зору енергопостачання, проблем особливих не передбачалося, і це більше виглядало саме для економії енергії. Проте я хочу нагадати, що це всі знають, але Україна живе у війні, і ми живемо щодня у режимі форс-мажору. Реально кожен день, кожна хвилина може змінити все. Що, власне, сталося в березні, і після обстрілів березень-квітень виявилося, що ті громади на Заході, які ми пропрацювали, вони залишилися без електроенергії по 12 годин в добу. І якщо ще там попереднього року в січні це виглядало як більше на перспективу, то розроблені документи, які ми маємо зараз, і готові з ними вже громадами пропрацьовані рішення працювати, це не перспектива на рішення вже сьогодні, і це щодо гуманітарних речей, тому що люди не мають води, і люди не можуть отримати послуги в лікарні просто базові, які вони потребують. Тому мій посил такий: ніколи не закривати двері в першу чергу для будь-яких рішень, навіть якщо вони зараз не виглядають. А друге, тобто мати рішення для будь-якого регіону і для будь-якої варіанту розвитку подій. Тоді ми будемо готові і реагувати максимально швидко на те, що зараз потрібно, але не закривати очі на те, що можна зробити.
Проблеми з перекладом? Any issues with translation?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you for this discussion. Now we are having a 10 minutes coffee break before our final panel discussion for today. After the coffee break, we will have 6 panelists, representatives of WASH Cluster, Oxfam, Eco Club, and communities to talk about this winter and some really urgent next, or not urgent, or upcoming next steps that are needed to get ready to the winter. So 10 minutes and then back here into the plenary discussion. join me here on this improvised scene. А де зручно? Але я на цю сторону передам два мікрофони, а в мене буде один. And also the communities. Okay. Так, супер. And I think we are missing Irina also to join us here from Oxfam. Yeah, for those who need the interpretation, please take your headsets, and I will ask colleagues from Eco Club, Olena, if you could check if there is someone outside the room. We are starting in a minute. So before we close today's session, we also wanted to have this conversation about preparation, readiness to the next winter, and to open up the conversation with WASH Cluster, international organizations, Ukrainian NGOs and communities, what is already planned and what is already done also in the communities, and which kind of support might be helpful right now to get ready to the winter. So in this panel discussion, we are having almost everyone whom you know. I don't know if I need to introduce everyone. Andriy Martinyuk, Eco Club, Irina from Oxfam, Marion from the WASH Cluster, Rima, Sumy Municipality, Alexander, Bilgorod-Dnestrovsky Municipality, Serhiy, Mirgorod Municipality. I want to start this conversation from Marion, from the WASH Cluster, and inviting those who are in the coffee break section to join us. Marion, if you could also orient us, what is already planned by WASH Cluster as a support for communities to get ready to the winter? Are there any concrete initiatives or anything you already set up as a preparatory structure, and how communities also can approach or not WASH Cluster in terms of getting support?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for those who are still there. I will start by saying, as the WASH Cluster, usually when we talk about preparation for winter, we don't think of Vodakanal. And I think this year is very different, as we know that there will be a shortfall in the electricity, and that may and probably will affect the water supply. So let's say we are facing a new situation. Usually we focus on district heating, and this year is different. And what is ongoing at the moment in terms of preparedness is basically assessing how much the Vodakanal are ready with backup sources of energy, and requesting humanitarian and development organizations to support with, let's say, co-generators and fuel generators. And I have the feeling, I think it's a question to everyone, that this is not enough for mainly two reasons. Even if we provide generators who will support with the fuel, I think we've heard enough Vodakanal saying they have financial difficulties. And we've seen the figures of the return on investment if you compare solar panel with generators, 2 years, so imagine the cost of fuel. We are also looking for donors who can support with fuel, but that is proven very much of a challenge. So the question, I think it's a question for you. We are also new and we don't know I mean, this situation is new, and we don't know exactly how we can support further, what we can advocate towards our humanitarian organization, donors, development actors, to make this winter for the Voda Canal a bit more easy.
Thank you, and shortly I will invite also communities to answer this question. Maybe one more follow-up question to you, Marion, as I know you are short of time. Is there any chance also for those who are watching online, because I want to remind that we have around 100 participants watching online, is there any way to, I don't know, provide information for you for WASH Cluster in terms of their needs and how they can approach you, also sharing ideas in terms of your onward advocacy?
Okay, so I don't know exactly who is attending online, but for humanitarian organization, I think they know very well how to reach us. For Voda Canals, my colleagues, Andrei Nikitin and Alexander Kozak, as part of the Voda Canal Association, I think I see Sumi Voda Canal nodding. I think we have very good contact and connections through Andrei and Sasha to the Voda Canal. So they know how to reach us. Now, when it comes to the municipalities where maybe we have less direct interconnection, I propose that we share our contact details and they can be put in the minutes of meeting.
Super. Then probably my next question will go to Irina also to share what Oxfam is already planning for this winter season, and what are your what is set up already and what is open maybe for you. Which information would you require also from communities, from municipalities?
For the period of working and responding here in Ukraine, Oxfam has provided some support to the water canals, to the communities. We are talking now about WASH sector, and the lesson learned that we can see from previous winter and so the current period of time, we can see that our efforts should be more aimed on the increasing the sustainability of the community for the alternative sources of energy, because we provided a lot of generators, but as we can see, we face the problems of fuel, we face the problems they were not used because they were not installed even, because of lack of the staff, even the specialists of the staff. And certainly our programming now is concentrated on the solar installation. So we are having, it was not mentioned when Elena was presented 11 feasibility studies, and from which 3 were implemented. She didn't mention that we are now on the phase of implementing the 4th feasibility study in Odessa region, Artsiz. I don't see mayor of this city, but we have already started the work with them on the implementation of this project. Also, I heard the question about the solarized from some community where it was solarized, and is it possible from community to solarize the water tower, pump station, these little projects which we are also preparing now and also are implemented, but in Mykolaiv Oblast, where the question came from Mykolaiv Oblast, where all the conditions just dispose so for installations as solar energy. So that our main hour now. So it will be finished. We are planning to complete these projects maybe till September, October. It will be finished. So that's from our side now the recent plans.
Thank you. All right, now let us move to the communities and trying to address the question that Marion said, and that was also on my list. what are the best ways for international organizations and Ukrainian organizations to support you in the preparation for the winter, especially for supporting the municipal infrastructure, critical infrastructure in the communities?
Ну, якщо ми будемо говорити про безпосередньо сонячні електростанції.
In terms of solar power plants, there's only one in Sumy community. To make sure that our residents feel more confident about their future, given the situation with the war currently, at the very least, I think we need to start with installing the second, the third, the fourth. Perfect case scenario would be 5 SPPs, because 5 more water intake facilities need that. Given that we are so close to the border with the aggressor state, regardless of that, actually, the installation of such SPPs is not just possible, it makes a lot of sense. First of all, our community, as you could have heard from our presentation, has some experience. Secondly, the land plots are already allocated for specific water intake facilities, so that's half of the work done. Next, our experts at Vodokanals, they already have certain ideas, they already have lessons learned. There are some things that they learned the hard way during installation of the first SPP. So we believe that as of now, our region is one of the regions that are open to cooperation with international donors and partners. We can share our experience with other communities. And this actually indicates that we do have political commitment at our city council, local self-government, political commitment that Andriy was talking about. So bottom line is, to answer your question, we are open for cooperation. Right now, we trying to increase the power generation at the SPP that was already installed, because as my colleague has mentioned, only 6% of the power needs are covered. So we already have certain accomplishments, and we will be more than happy to present those to the international donors and partners. Regarding more technical matters, if that is okay, I would like to give the floor to my colleague from Vodokanal Water Supply Enterprise, and he will speak of more specific solutions based on his practical experience. Thank you, Irina. Maybe Alexei will give the floor to other communities first and then to you. I believe that this winter season is going to be very complicated and hard to anticipate, and it's going to be quite hard. And maybe we need to change the way we approach these issues. Maybe it's not so much about sustainability, it's more about surviving through this winter season. So regarding assistance and support with power generation, first and foremost, this will be most relevant. And to give you an example, our municipal enterprises are provided with generators, the water supply, power generation enterprise. But to make sure that these generators work, we need 1 ton of diesel fuel per day. So you can imagine how much money that is. So the generators only can prevent the system of water supply and heating from destruction. It's not about keeping a certain temperature. It's merely about preventing the system from collapsing. Next, on cogeneration. There's a lot being said about cogeneration, but the situation is we expect a cogeneration installation to be received within the framework of one of the projects. But based on experience from other cities, I can tell that it would take around a year to fully commission it into operation. Maybe some procedures, some government regulations are going to be streamlined and simplified, cutting down the period to 6 months, but that's still a long time. So a lot of challenges. So this is something for the future, not for this, for the next winter season. Those who received cogeneration installation last season, maybe they can make them up and running this winter. And I agree with my colleague that solar generation, solar installation that can give the results much quicker, 2-3 months. So if there are capabilities to put that in use and to upscale it, maybe it would be a good idea to ask international partners to help us with that. And if winter is warm, we'll survive it. But if it's very cold, then most probably we'll be asking for help with fuel. But we'll deal with that as we go, I think.
Ми вже готуємось також до зимнього сезону.
We are also in the process of preparing for the winter season. We don't know yet what it's gonna be like. Maybe this year will be very complicated. And the preparation works in the following way. We are preparing the equipment. We are preparing a building, a facility, and we're preparing the generators for the pumping stations, for the wells. We have 41 wells, and also the wastewater disposal. We do not have sufficient amount of generators for all of our wells, but at least we have to power the wastewater disposal. For example, I have a generator for 150 kilowatt. We have this kind of a generator. The technology is pretty specific, very peculiar. And there is also the aspect that pertains to bacteria that needs to be taken into account. What is this winter season has for us is not yet known, because it was mentioned previously by their colleagues. You require a lot of fuel to power the generators. And meeting the need of all the wells is not possible for us so far. So we are open for any partnerships so that together with our partners, we can resolve that and obtain some assistance. I think that this is a problem not only for the 3 communities present here, but for all communities. And I don't think that anyone can 100% predict what the coming winter will be like and how the communities will survive. We'll remember the amendments in the communities on personal income tax. And of course, before we obtained more of this tax in our local budget, so it was easier. And now, as we have lost it, we are slightly worried about the upcoming winter season. And we hope that the winter will be mild. If it's mild, then it will be easier for us to overcome it.
Can extract from these 3 comments is that generators and fuel is still a need, because that's something that can be provided quickly. Solar power plants, stations, this is also a good solution which can be implemented in few months before the heating system, and preparation of the equipment and the premises, municipal premises, is something that communities are already doing in terms of preparing to the heating system. Alexei, would you like to add anything also from Sumy community?
Yes, thank you. I have a question to Marion, because we have been collaborating with the WASH cluster for quite some time now. Since the beginning of the war, I would like to say that the assistance that they have been providing to us is invaluable. It is impossible to actually say how valuable it is for us, because it was a lot of help for the water supply company in Sumy community. I would like to mention more about our water supply facility, to add a few words to what has already been mentioned regarding the preparation for the winter season and how water supply companies can cope with the winter season and with the heating season. The needs that we have been submitted to the representative of the WASH cluster, and recently spoke online when we mentioned all of that. And what do we do in case of unpredictable situations, force majeures, etc., to support the system itself, pipelines, other equipment, etc., everything that allows to supply services to the residents. And we understand that winter will be hard. We understand everything that has to do with the deficit of the generating capacity when it comes to power supply. We understand that if there will be peak periods, the critical periods, that we will not be able to supply services 24/7, even despite the fact that thanks to our partners and our donors, we have diesel generators, etc. That is why, regarding assistance, yes, we do understand that fuel and other necessary resources for the generators is not something that humanitarian organizations should be responsible for. This is something that these are the expendables that the community should try to work with. The main issue for the sustainable work of the power generators is having sufficient amount of generator capacity for the water supply system, because unfortunately we still have the need in having additional generators for all our facilities and enterprises. We already lived through winter. We already were faced with the blackouts, and this is also something that we talked about with our partners. The generator on its own is not going to generate anything. It generates power for certain enterprises and facilities such as pumps, etc. And for it to work in a proper way so that we do not overconsume diesel power, so that it can work in a sustainable way and in a stable way, you need some additional expendables. You need different expendable that can provide for more stable work of the generators, because to understand that generators cannot work 24/7. They still need sometimes to be put on hold. You have to refill them, you have to maintain them, and sometimes they simply need to cool down. So these are the things that will help us to overcome the challenges that have to do with dealing with power supply in case of unpredictable situations. Now, talking about Sumy Water Supply Company, it supplies heating to the residential buildings. This is the infrastructure that we have inherited from the Soviet period, so that's how it works. So for the thermal, for the heater generating enterprises and for the water supply, it is also important to provide them with generators. Also maybe some heat generators in case there is some serious incident or an emergency, so that they can help us create some kind of a heating facility, or that would assist us in quickly repairing our generating facilities in case a missile hits it, or in case there is some emergency or some force majeure situation. Another relevant thing is cogeneration installations, because it would assist us in both supplying water as well as supplying heat. But we understand that installing cogeneration capacity requires quite some time. And I'm not saying that it takes up a lot of time, but it does require some decisions being made. It also needs to be connected in a proper way. It requires some preparation. But cogeneration installations is also one of the solutions. We have also talked about it. We did the calculations in the context of water supply companies and heat generating companies. So this is what might really help. Also, the hybrid installations, solar power plants that, of course, in winter will not generate that much, but the systems that can help you accumulate energy can also be helpful. So these are the key solutions that can be helpful, and that in a short run can help us prepare for the upcoming winter and also prepare for the next season. So this is it from me in a nutshell. I would like to add something responding to the question by my colleague regarding social facilities such as schools, kindergartens. So basically, these are those institutions where our children spend time. These are the most important facilities. And for this, institutions, the main need is in having the installation that will be accumulating energy.
Setting, but the next question will go directly to David. From what you heard from the communities, do you see any limitations or challenges for WASH cluster? What is difficult to advocate, or which kind of support would be challenging for international humanitarian community to provide to communities?
It's a very good question. I think there are a few different aspects that come into play. One is the time that it takes. And I believe many humanitarian donors today, in 2024, will want to make sure that any funding that they provide to an international organization will be installed before winter. That creates immediately a lot of limitations. But there's another piece to this puzzle that goes beyond the humanitarian sector. There is more than $500 million that is coming to the energy sector in Ukraine in the form of equipment, grants, and loans. That is coming through a centralized process where we, the municipalities, the humanitarian organizations, have very little influence on where it goes. And we have very little influence in terms of what can we do to support. I think the colleague who mentioned the cogeneration units, that it takes 1 year to install, that even with the legal or bureaucratic processes simplified, 6 months to install. I think there's scope for humanitarians to support some of those different actions, the technical designs, the other types of materials that might be needed for the actual installation. But it doesn't necessarily get over that time aspect. So I think from the humanitarian side, what are we trying to do in the cluster? we're trying to advocate to the donors to allow flexibility to the organizations that they fund, so that those organizations can put resources towards either generators, fuel, those solar installations, supporting the installation of the cogeneration units, but also to make sure that we have the ability to provide equipment and tools for leak detection and repairs in district heating companies, and also to be able to support the institutions proper with independent water supply. In some cases or in some locations, also the district heating companies are needing some support in that sense. I have a feeling that we are all going to rush. We are all going to try and do what we can. I'm not sure we will always be targeting the areas that are most in need, but I think that everything that we can do that has a contribution to energy saving or energy generation will be a benefit for this winter. I hope that responds.
Yeah, thank you. I would, the next question address to Andriy and also ask you to share, as a Ukrainian NGO, challenges, but also some opportunities or concrete plans that you think are realistic to do in this or before this winter season to support communities. What you already plan, but where also you see challenges which were not mentioned already by other panelists.
Well, as you probably mentioned, it's still possible to install a couple more solar power plants to power water supply utilities before the beginning of the winter season. And we are trying hard to find any possibilities to do so. Actually, I just wanted to say that we are receiving funding out of the state oil and gas company Naftogaz. We want to do it in any other circumstance like that, because basically we are kind of opposite direction minded people, because they are receiving profit out of oil and gas. And but in the current circumstance, we are looking for forward for any possibilities to install more. Even we are aware that solar power plants is not the best solution for the winter time. It is why we are thinking about maybe wind turbines, but I'm not sure it's still doable by the beginning of the winter. And what we are already doing, actually, we are trying to develop more and more project-related papers, different type of papers. What we actually realized from this project, but other as well, that availability of good quality project-related papers like project and design documentation or maybe feasibility studies, but with clear real numbers, it increases chances to be implemented like incredibly. It is why it's from the point of view of the NGO, which is really dependent of external funding. I would say this is why wise investments, wise way to spending our quite modest resources to make sure that municipalities and local authorities have these papers to be presented with any other possibilities and to find a way how to actually implement it. We are investing there. What are the what is the challenge which was not mentioned clearly, at least, that there is a huge lack of staff of people in any kind of work, and this is the challenge we are trying to, or barrier we are trying to overcome using different approaches. We are using outsource. We are using part-time jobs, staff, and we are using volunteers, and we are constantly looking for people to get on a board. Yes, I mean, we still have a plan, as Lena mentioned, that we are going to construct and to commission more installation by the beginning of the winter season, so like that.
Yeah, Irina, please.
I would like just to share one more challenge which we faced during implementation of the solarizing the pump, water canals, pump stations. Because as you said, as we all mentioned, that it takes 2 months, as we see on the experience of Sumy, Mirgorod, Belgorod-Dnestrovsky, it took somewhere 2 months. But in other sides, what challenge it is, the poor condition of the water canals, the condition which doesn't allow to implement so quickly this project, because the equipment, all the pumps, the control panels, or even the premises in such conditions, they hasn't been replaced from Soviet times. So, and from humanitarians, through our WASH cluster mechanism, we can jointly to implement the project, providing from some where the pumps, control panels, or anything, or repairment of the premises, even to implement this solarizing, then this project of solarizing. So it takes time if the poor condition of the initial poor condition of the water canal. So that is also a challenge.
Yeah, thank you, Irina, for sharing. Maybe one of the final questions in this panel discussion I want also to address to all Andriy, Irina, and David. Something that was mentioned earlier today, the focus of humanitarian funding on eastern and southern regions, and less availability of humanitarian funding for West Ukraine. Is it something that is possible to address during this winter, so to provide support also to regions that are not directly close to the front line, but are as well affected by the attacks, and also suffer from, the communities are suffering from all these attacks? Do you see any possibilities for those communities to receive humanitarian support in preparing to this winter?
Okay, I will start. We are actually preparing construction of a couple more installation in western part of Ukraine as well, with the great support of German initiative, International Climate Initiative, which is being implemented by GIZ. And we've done already a couple of, I think more than 20 feasibility studies for the municipalities from the western part of Ukraine. Well, some of them are quite successful, I would say. And well, I'm not really aware about this, let's say, sphere of how humanitarian aid is being distributed among regions or oblasts or municipalities. But yeah, we do not focus only on the most affected regions. We are supporting other, as much as we can, other municipalities as well.
Thank you.
Just several words. That depends from the mandate of the humanitarian organization, where the programming are focusing, yes, for the most affected areas. But there are some other, for example, humanitarians which already developed the program of recovery, or maybe some others, they have the program. And so it really depends on the programs and mandate of each organization. Yes, probably I'm sure that there are some organizations which should consider such opportunities, such from Oxfam, for example, speaking for our organization, we are working in the north, on Kharkiv, north and south, Mykolaiv Oblast, Kharkiv, Izium, so here, and maybe other organizations, so it really depends.
Thank you.
I think some of the things that have been said during this meeting are key for the mobilization of any resources. The project documentation that Andriy has mentioned, that is a necessary step to be able to justify any intervention. And we've heard something similar from our colleagues in the Swiss humanitarian aid section today. I say this because broadly, we can say that there is a decrease in humanitarian funding. But that doesn't mean that there isn't funding for recovery, for development, that is not arriving. And I think the challenge for us is how do we best mobilize those different resources that are coming in, but also how do we understand what kinds of resources are out there for our sector from the development and recovery donors. What are they funding and where are they prioritizing? Because I believe what we'll find is that we will find more resources for recovery and development, more resources for the Western Center in the recovery and development world. As I mentioned, there's more than $500 million that is coming in the form of equipment, grants, and loans. And I suspect that much of that equipment will be directed towards the Western Center, where we've seen a lot of attacks on the transmission infrastructure, but also where there's a better chance of being able to protect that infrastructure from re-damage or re-destruction. I think the humanitarian funds that are available or will be available for the Center and West will most likely be more focused on institutions rather than utilities. That's meaning the collective centers, the reference hospitals, potentially key schools, but most likely more with a focus on institutions. I think one of the biggest challenges we will have in terms of the humanitarian funding is how do we prioritize? And that does come back to what are the elements that are necessary for ensuring the success of an investment from the humanitarian side. I think this also plays to recovery and development funding. I could probably keep on talking, but this is probably a good moment to stop.
Yeah, thank you. On this note, I also want to open up if there are any questions to the panelists from the audience. I see one hand, and maybe if there are any other, please let me know. If not, I will pass my mic. I think we are out of mics.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I wasn't going to really ask a question. I was going to make a few points, if that's okay. First of all, we're in a situation where obviously the humanitarian sector is preparing for winterization earlier than last year, which is great. And in fact, the UHF will be launching their winterization call for proposals in the beginning of July. And so from the shelter sector, which is where I'm focusing much of my work, we're already planning for winterization, and that will include things like NFIs, warm clothes, heating, fuel, etc. The next thing is the European Investment Bank, who are very heavily involved in these grants and loans, the 500 billion that has been mentioned. Now, the greatest concern is that these loans will be in euros or dollars, and so if those loans were to be taken by Ukrainian organizations, If the Ukrainian hryvnia suffers, then unfortunately, even if they're low interest, it will become difficult to maintain the repayments. So what will probably happen is that the majority of investment and loans will be taken by European and overseas development companies to come and do installations in Ukraine. So Ukraine won't necessarily see the profit in those loans, but they will actually see the benefit, hopefully. And then next comment is about the capacity building of staff to be able to do the assessments and also the installation. So one of the huge issues that I'm actually seeing is that because of the current demographic of people who are qualified or capable of actually identifying and doing the assessments and installations, also being men who are being conscripted or at risk of conscription or in need of actually going into the military. We need to look at capacity building of less traditional workers, so women, disabled and returnees from conflict, and the improvements of the vocational training centres in order to be able to give them the opportunity for that training. And so this is something that we at DRC are actually investigating at the moment as well, and we're implementing some activities down in Mykolaiv. Then finally, and I'm sorry because I'm making loads of statements here, obviously all of the clusters are at the point where they're now starting to prepare for the humanitarian needs response plan for next year. So this is the opportunity to actually flag to the WASH cluster in particular, but also the shelter cluster and whatever, that actually there is a need to look at alternative energy sources as part of the 2025 plan. And in fact, UNDP is now just started to lead on the energy sectorial meetings in order to start really starting to assess the needs and how the humanitarian sector can grow in energy supply. So that's pretty much it, other than also UNITAR are now leading on the alternative energy sources on a global scale, with NORCAP also supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you for all the valuable add-ons. I'm passing the mic to David and also looking into the audience if there are any other questions to the panelists or any kinds of comments. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe just to clarify, the support that is coming in energy is not only loans. It is equipment, loans, and grants coming from various different institutions that include EIB, the European Investment Bank, but also BHA and various different European governments. From the WASH cluster side, we are working with Shelter and UNDP. And in fact, the WASH cluster is proactively supporting the Energy Coordination Group. What we're trying to do with that group is have clarity on where those resources are going, but also to develop with those groups the guidance on alternative energy that is applicable to all clusters in their institutions that they're responsible for. I think the challenge for us in the clusters is to make sure that each cluster that is accountable for the different institutions that they support are also mobilizing funds for energy, for independent water supply, and for others. And I just wanted to add those points of clarification because I think they are important. And I believe the Energy Coordination Group led by UNDP is more about a linking to the development and the humanitarian than necessarily an expansion of support this year for energy, if that makes sense. Over.
Thank you. If there are no other questions from the audience, and I do not get any questions from online, I would like to ask the final question for this round of exchange to all of you, those who are ready to share. If you could share one hint for those municipalities who already know they have humanitarian needs in terms of wash or winterization, what they can do already right now to get in touch with humanitarian actors, how they can prepare themselves to this kind of partnerships. One advice, recommendation for those who are not working yet with partners, humanitarian or Ukrainian NGOs, and how they can get ready, what they can do. This also goes to the representatives of communities. If you have any lessons learned, how you managed to do that, that would also be a question to you. So who is ready to start? Please take the mic and yeah.
Okay. And before I will answer you, I would say thank you very much, all of you, or we will have some time for that. Okay. Then one hint from my side. Please appoint one person in administration, in authorities, who will be able to constantly operate with all of these issues all the time without any other obligations. This is like kind of crucial thing, to have at least one person who are ready to communicate with any other entities, any donors, any NGOs, speaking about how to prepare at least energy system of a municipality to the upcoming winter. Sometimes, because like it's unfortunately kind of very simple, but still not really solved issue for many municipalities, that we need to find whom we are going to talk to about our other project.
Thank you. Any other hints, recommendations?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay. A few suggestions. Keep a list of who you contact for support. The names, the contact details, the telephone numbers. Because it's very difficult to follow up for an answer of whether support is going to come if we don't have the contact details. It's very difficult for us to be able to find other partners if we don't know whether something has been committed to or not. Keeping a list of who has been contacted for support, but also in the request for support, there will be less time lost in communications and exchanges if the requests are not lists of equipment, but more projects, prioritized in the sense of functionality of the system. The best chance of success is if you ask for the project, for the part of the system which will keep the system functional for the immediate future. If the request comes with the things that will be nice to have, we will lose a lot of time in communication, and it's very likely that that will not be funded from the humanitarian side. Voilà.
To answer your question, I can actually be very brief. There needs to be political commitment and people that you need to select, and I think we've been working with various projects for 15 years or so. So we are the kind of community that raises funds. So do not wait for somebody to help you. Start doing something. And of course, you need to have people experts. When we were working with Eco Club, Actually, in our investment department, there were new people, new employees, because sometimes people get better job offers, new people are hired, and we have to train them. That is ongoing process. But most important thing is to make sure your people are motivated and committed to work. In the past, it was possible to cut down on your expenditures, and the communities still had good level of capacities, but now we need more assistance, and not just only from donors, but you can reach out to twin cities, for example. That could be very helpful. And if communities do not know where to start, you most probably will need to reach out to those communities who have already done that, who had some trainings, and I am sure they will be more than happy to share their experience. And now we are living in trying times, and we need to help one another. And I don't think the communities you reach out will say no to you. And I have a few solutions to improve the situation that we're currently in regarding municipalities. First of all, there needs to be a separate unit at the city council that will be working with investments, grants, loans, attracting international partners, engaging with them. So this has to be a unit, not just people spread out through various units, a unit or a department or a division, depending on the municipality, depending on the size of a municipality. If it's a city, this could be a department. If this is a smaller community, this could be just a smaller unit. For every meeting organized by international partners, national partners, give or take, the same people need to go. The same representatives of the municipality need to attend to contact international partners, national partners, to make sure that they are recognizable, to engage with NGOs as well. And this unit, this department, has to be reporting not to the deputy head of a municipality, but the community head, and it needs to cooperate with the leadership, the heads of units. So it has to be a sort of a center, a hub that brings together and receives community needs and all the progress made by various structural units. Regarding the national organizations, governmental, non-governmental organizations, international partners, it would also be good for each organization to have an official designated person working with specific regions that stays in touch with the unit that I previously mentioned. So the communication needs to have a direct line. So needs come from one side, capabilities from the other side. So you talk, you decide about the mechanism to achieve certain goals, the capabilities required, and in such a way there would be good cooperation that would help in the shortest amount of time to give you good outcomes. Well, that's how I see it.
Yeah, please go on.
I find it very helpful, this idea which was out. I just would like to add, if in each Gramada, in the such a department or such will be a department, and each Gramada will have some action plan in each sphere, some action plan on rehabilitation of Hromada, or if it's affected, or detailed, and in each sector, if it's in healthcare, WASH, or what is the plan through all Hromada. If there is action plan for Hromada, it will be easy to deal with any humanitarian which come for assessment, what are the needs, and you are prepared always to put on the table the needs. It will make easier work of humanitarian in terms of assessment or what, and you're also planning that what your needs are. Thank you, Jess.
Yeah, thank you so much for this round. First of all, I hope that this conversation was useful for both international, national actors who are providing support to municipalities, but also for the municipalities who are here and those who are watching online, to get a bit of more understanding where to start or how to act in the preparation process to the winter, or contacting international partners with the humanitarian or recovery needs. I would like to ask all us to thank you to the panelists and to give a round of applause to them. And also with this, I want to guide us into the closing remarks. I think Andriy already tried to do some closing, and thank you for all those who are engaged into the preparation of this meeting. Before I will pass the mic to Andriy, I just want to say that the recording and the notes and all the materials were presented today will be available for participants in person and online, so you will get access to all the resources afterwards, and also share with your partner communities, partner municipalities. So Andriy, I will give you my mic for the closing remarks and next steps.
It will be very short. Thank you so much for finding time to attend this event. It's really valuable. I see a lot of potential for further steps, and it's really empower us a lot to work further, to find new possibilities, new potential to actually reach our target in both developing nice country and in developing municipalities, and finally win the war. I think like psychology saying, the deep root of our winning strategy actually in the understanding that we are looking forward. It's really different what we are hearing and seeing in Russia when they are looking backward actually to the Soviet or even imperial pasts. And this is like, I really deeply believe this is true, that this is like very deep reason why we are going to win, because we are looking at the modern society, modern projects, and so on. We are not going back to the actually more or less terrible past times. And this is like one of the probably teeny detail, like small details what we're speaking about, but this is actually illustrates this tendency. And we really need to build back and greener, better and greener our country. And thank you very much for your time, for your support, and for your power and thoughts, ideas, and all of these conversations. It's really valuable. I really enjoyed this, deeply enjoyed this event, and I feel a lot, and I know got already a lot more ideas how to work further together. And thank you very much, Elena, and all of the team who did it. I know it was not really an easy task. Yeah. Enjoy your, how to say in English, supper, or it's still dinner. It's right there, right? Будь ласка, запрошуємо всіх на вечерю.
Now, please join us for dinner. Thank you for a nice event.